In and to said court, that in the county and state aforesaid, and anterior to the presentment of this indictment, count 1. On or about the 30th day of September 2018, Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez, aka Andre Rodriguez, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause the death of an individual, namely Nicholas Milanovich, by shooting the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely a firearm. Did intentionally and knowingly cause the death of another individual, namely Julia Wright, by shooting the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely a firearm. Both murders were committed during the same criminal transaction.
To count 1, Mr. Jilson Rodriguez, what is your plea? Guilty? Not guilty?
Not guilty.
Count 2. On or about the 30th day of September 2018, Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez, aka Andres Rodriguez, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally cause the death of an individual, namely Nicholas Milanovich, hereinafter referred to as complainant, by shooting the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely a firearm. The defendant was in the course of committing or attempting to commit the offense of burglary of a habitation.
What is your plea to count 2? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Count 3. On or about the 30th day of September 2018, Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez, aka Andres Rodriguez, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally cause the death of an individual, namely Julia Wright, hereinafter referred to as complainant, by shooting the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely a firearm. The defendant was in the course of committing or attempting to commit the offense of burglary of a habitation against the peace and dignity of the state.
As to count 3, what is your plea? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
The court will enter a not guilty plea on each count. State, you may proceed with your opening statements.
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out during the early morning hours of September 30th of 2018. They rang out when this defendant, Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez, broke into the apartment of Julia Wright and Nicholas Milanovich like a thief in the night. He went in there to burglarize them for what he suspected would be drugs and the proceeds of the sale of those drugs. He went in there armed. He made his way to the 2nd floor of that apartment, over by the medical center at Sonoma Canyons. He saw them both laying in bed, helpless, asleep. Bang, bang. Shot them both in the head with a 9mm firearm. And he made his way out of the apartment, and an investigation ensued. During the course of this trial, ladies and gentlemen, those facts are going to be proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt. You are going to hear about the law enforcement investigation that ensued after this grisly murder. You are going to hear the 911 call that sent officers out to that location when people saw the tremendous amount of blood that was outside in the breezeway between the buildings. When law enforcement first arrived, they had no idea what they would be walking into. They thought that maybe there was a wounded animal, something along those lines. But sure enough, when they arrived, and you're going to hear from those officers, they see the body of a young woman dead on the walkway of that breezeway. And they follow that blood trail over to a neighbor's apartment. And the patio of that apartment covered in blood, where it's evident, it's apparent that she was banging on the door, bleeding to death, trying to seek help. They continue following that blood trail to her apartment, the door ajar, her cats loose. They follow that blood trail all the way up the stairs to the crime scene, the bed where Nicholas Milanovich and Julia Wright lost their lives at the hands of this man. They proceed to canvass the scene, to get crime scene units out there, to process the whole thing and collect evidence. They come to learn that entry was made into the apartment through a downstairs window. They find a piece of blue latex glove. They find a tire iron that was used as leverage to break into that apartment. They find a footprint on the couch directly in front of that window where the suspect, Jilson Avelar, made way into that apartment. they find two spent 9mm shell casings, that is to say, fired rounds, on the floor of that second floor bedroom. 9mm, Hornady rounds. They find an unspent, meaning an unfired 9mm, belonging to a Browning 9mm. And that's basically where the investigation stops at that time, ladies and gentlemen. No suspect, no idea who may have done this. However, sometime afterwards, approximately about 2 to 3 weeks afterwards, a local attorney comes forward to the San Antonio Police Department and says that one of his clients, who wishes to remain anonymous, has come forward with information as to who perpetrated those murders and has provided evidence that he wishes to turn over to the San Antonio Police Department. And so, homicide detective, CSI, goes out there to collect these pieces of evidence, and that is the first time that the investigation yields the name of Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez. And so law enforcement begin investigating him and to see if he had any involvement in this crime. They come to learn that he is presently living with a girlfriend named Valerie, who is 1 or 2 buildings away from where the murder happened, in the same apartment complex. Mr. Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez ultimately ends up getting detained, and he's being held at a federal facility out in Pearsall. You were going to hear from that ICE agent, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, when he was in custody, but a little more on that later. During the course of the investigation, Detective Duke, Homicide Unit, is able to interview witnesses that have information regarding this case. First and foremost, a woman named Valerie, the woman that he was staying with. Law enforcement comes to learn that yes, the defendant in this case, Jilson Avelar, was living out of that apartment, was there that night, but he disappeared in the middle of the night, right around the time that the murders would have been committed. And Valerie doesn't see him again until much later that day. They ask permission to search the apartment, and they do. Ultimately, what they find? A gun holster, tucked underneath the bed, but no gun. On the male side of the room, in a pink plastic case, they find ammunition, and in the contents of that ammunition box, 9mm rounds, which match those that were used in the murder, Hornady and Browning. They also find some blue latex gloves that Melissa has, again, kind of tying it together to that piece of glove that was recovered over by the crime scene. Law enforcement also comes to learn that Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez has another female that he's involved with, Melissa. So they go out and they try to interview Melissa as well. And Melissa cooperates with law enforcement. She provides information, tells them that Jilson had come over to her apartment that very morning after the murders, and that she saw him trying to break into a black and silver lockbox. And that when he managed to break into that lockbox, he was very upset because he didn't find narcotics and drugs that he wanted. Instead, he finds a little pill bottle of methadone with the victim's name on it, Julia Wright. Melissa will turn over that pill bottle to law enforcement. And you will see that during the course of this jury trial. Having enough evidence now to believe that Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez perpetrated the murder, or was very closely related to the perpetration of these murders, Detective Duke sets up an appointment through the Department of Homeland Security and that ICE agent that I was telling you about, Joe Ibarra, and he makes his way out to the Pearsall detainment facility where this defendant is Mirandized, recorded during the interview, and interviewed. During the course of that interrogation, you're going to hear how the police sort of lead him to believe that they have more evidence against him than they do. And he confesses. A solid, legal confession, providing details that only the murderer would know. Why did he do it? Remember, we don't have to prove to you the why, but the reason that he provides law enforcement in the course of that interview: coercion, duress. Because Melissa, according to Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez, is some sort of drug kingpin, and if he didn't do these murders, she would have him killed. That's his excuse. What I believe, and what Willem and I believe, the course of this trial will show you beyond a reasonable doubt. And remember that the burden would be preponderance of the evidence on the defense to prove that defense. But what we will tender to you is that there will not be evidence that there was any duress in this case, other than the self-serving statements of the defendant, who, we believe, during the course of that interview, is very apparently trying to distance himself from culpability over what he did. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, when all is said and done, and when this case is all before you, every piece of evidence, every word of testimony is before you, we are going to ask you to return the only true verdict in this case that will be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and that is that this defendant, Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez, is guilty of capital murder, guilty of each and every one of those counts that my co-counsel Willem just read to you. Thank you.
Do you wish to make a statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
May it please the court, counsel for the prosecution. This is the first time I get to speak to y'all. And at the end of all of the evidence, before you go out to deliberate, both sides will have another opportunity to talk about the facts of this case. Now, I noticed that in jury selection that we did last Friday, the state spent a lot of time talking about we have to prove where, how, what, etc., except the why. I think the why in this case is a whole lot more important than the state wants to accept or believe. Now, the death of Mr. Milanovich, Ms. Wright, unquestionably a horrible tragedy. Unquestionably difficult to understand. And we believe the evidence will show that these two folks were in the process of dealing drugs. And that someone who is also in that business wanted to silence them, wanted them to maybe shut down their operation. Remember, we talked a lot to you about lesser included offenses. We talked to you a lot about defenses in this matter. And again, I want to emphasize those are important concepts. You will be charged with them, and you will know what to do. The real bottom line here, folks, is what we talked about your job is during this trial. Okay? Your job is to decide the facts of this case. Your job is to decide where do the facts take us. What conclusion can I draw from those facts? The end of this trial is going to put you in that position. I'm going to urge you now, each of you has to make up your own mind. In other words, you have 12 people that are going to decide. I believe A, I believe B, I believe C. Make up your own minds. Listen to the facts of this case. What we all want here, the state, the court, the defense, is a just result. The facts will get you there. Thank you for your attention.
State, call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls for Sally Hubbs.
Just adjust your chair.
Yes.
Speak loudly into the mic.
The witness has been sworn. You may proceed.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Yes. Good morning. My name is Rosalia Haas. It's spelled Rozalia. Last name Hubbs.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a paralegal and custodian of records for San Antonio Police Department Communications Unit.
What does a custodian of records for the SAPD do?
We are responsible for the security, storage, and dissemination of the records generated by our unit. That includes 911 calls, non-emergency calls, radio transmissions, and text to 911.
When somebody contacts 911 with an emergency, when do you become involved?
After the fact, so after the case is issued, we get a request from the detectives and we go and look for the calls, download it in our computer database, and then we upload the calls to evidence.com.
Okay. Were you involved in the case that we're here talking about today?
Yes, after.
Okay. Describe to me how you came to be involved in this case.
We receive a request for the detectives in charge for the audio.
Okay. And that's the audio of a 911 call?
Yes.
And did you download and save the 911 call involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Showing you what I've marked here, the State's Exhibit 1. Can you identify this, please?
Yes, this is the CD that contains the audio related to this case.
Okay. How do you know that that's the same CD that you've listened to already?
I initially did it this morning.
Did you record the contents of this CD at or near the time the call was made?
Yes, the software records all the calls.
All right. And is it in the regular course of the SAPD's operations for you to record such calls?
Yes,
Is it in the regular course of the SAPD's operations for you to maintain such records?
yes.
All right. Your Honor, the State Officer State's Exhibit 1.
No objection to its admission, Your Honor.
States one is admitted?
May I publish it?
Yes.
Just to restate for the jury, this is the 911 call that was made in this case, correct?
Yes.
San Antonio 911, this is Stephanie. Do you need police, fire, or EMS?
Possibly police.
Police to what address or location?
I live off of Fairhaven and Medical Drive. I live in Sonoma Canyon Apartment.
Okay, and what is the address of the apartment?
Well, it's not about my apartment. I'm looking out the window right now, and like from across from me, I see a whole bunch of blood on the ground and bleeding to a house that was just recently vacant. And I know the people who was prior there, they moved to the same apartment. But I'm seeing blood like all the way to the door, and I can even see something smeared on the door. I don't know exactly what apartment there, but it's on the back of my window view. Let me see, let me go down. I'm like freaking out. It's like 16. I live in building 90, and my apartment is 16 as well, but it's the one behind me. And what I'm looking at right now, I see a whole bunch of blood on the floor. I don't know what's in there or what, but I can see smudge on the door too. So it's not an animal, and whoever's in there is in there right now because that place is vacant.
Okay, what apartment is it in?
It says apartment 16. I can see it from behind my window because I'm also apartment 16 as well, but I'm building 90. I don't know what building that is, but I'm scared to go outside.
Okay, and it's behind apartment. Okay, what building are you in?
I'm building 90.
Okay, so behind building 90?
Yes, I could see like it's wet on the door, like somebody's hands. And I know those people who moved out of there too. So there's nobody in there right now. Like, no, it's not occupied.
So there's blood on the floor and on the door?
Yes, a lot of blood on the floor, and I could see that the door is wet, so it's not an animal. I'm scared to go downstairs because I don't know.
Okay, you don't have to go downstairs. And did you hear or see anything else? Like, did you hear any screaming?
No, I just woke up in the morning and I look, I'm like, oh my God, there's a lot of blood on the floor. Oh my God, it's on the door too. It's not an animal. First I thought it was like a cat or something or a dog that got hit or something. But this is a lot of blood on the ground. And this just happened tonight. It had to. I always look out my window.
And you didn't hear
I don't know.
anything screaming or anything else? You don't see any other people outside?
No, there's nobody outside and I'm still looking right now. They have
How
the
long
porch
ago
light
did
up.
you notice it?
Just right now, not even in the last 5 minutes. I went to bed in my sleep and I always look behind my house just to see. And you could just see a whole bunch of blood and you could see that the door has blood on there like somebody opened it.
Okay, and is the door open or is it closed?
I don't know, it's closed right now.
Okay. Your name?
My name is Roland Guerrero.
That's a callback number for you?
Yeah, this one is. Let me see. I don't know if you have it. Let me go ahead and just look it up real quick. I'm so sorry. I'm like shaking because I've never seen so much blood in my life. Oh. Let me see. General information. I'm sorry about phone. My phone number is 210-914-7057.
Okay, we'll send an officer out there.
Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. Hopefully somebody's okay in there.
Okay, we'll send someone out there.
Okay, do you want me to let you go?
Yeah, and did you want an officer to contact you back in case they meet?
Anytime. Like I said, I just woke up.
Okay, we'll send an officer out there.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
What day did SAPD receive that call?
It was September 30th, 2018.
Remember exactly what time that call was received?
No, I will need to see the IDR if possible.
If I showed you the incident detail report, which you refer to as the IDR, would that help refresh your memory?
Yes.
I'm showing you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 50, Incident Detail Report.
Thank you.
Would you please review it silently?
Okay.
Okay. What time of day on September 30th did the SAPD receive that 911 call?
It was 6 and 18 minutes. 6 a.m.
All right, 6:18 in the morning.
6:18 a.m. Yes.
Pass
In
away,
the
sir.
morning.
I really have just a couple of questions for you, okay?
Okay.
The person who called Ms. Guerrero said several times, whole lots of blood, right?
Yes.
In other words, it's not something she said only once or twice. She probably stated it almost 10 times, right?
Yes.
Okay. And she also indicated that the amount of blood she was looking at was at a place that was vacant.
Yes.
From where you are, you don't know whether that's true or not, do you?
Correct.
All you're doing is talking to her on the phone.
No, I'm not the person talking. I just download the calls after.
I understand that.
Yes.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Nothing further.
Is this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. You may be
Thank you.
excused. Call your next witness.
The state called Detective Daniel Molina.
Got it?
Witness has been sworn, you may proceed.
State your name for the jury, please, sir.
Daniel Molina,
All right. And I referred to you when I called you as Detective Molina. Would you prefer that or Corporal?
that's detective.
Detective, all right. What do you do for a living?
Currently, I'm employed by San Antonio Police Department. I work for the compliance unit for SAPD.
Okay. How long have you been with the compliance?
Approximately 2.5 years.
What did you do before that?
I was a UEDI / evidence detective and patrolman or dual purpose police officer and evidence detective, titled UEDI.
Certainly. So what, just for my benefit, what does UEDI stand for?
Uniform Evidence Detective.
Okay. And how long were you a uniform evidence detective?
Since 2015.
Are you a licensed peace officer in the state of Texas?
I am.
How long have you been so?
Since 96.
Okay. Has that all been with the SAPD?
I worked for Bexar County prior to SAPD.
What was your job title on September 30th, 2018?
I worked as a UEDI at Prue substation, specifically a day shift,
Okay. What time does the day shift check in?
6 a.m.
Do you remember being called out to a double murder on that day?
Yes, I do.
Tell me how that happened.
Myself and another officer were dispatched. Don't remember exactly what it was, and I'm not sure if it was a down and out or a welfare check.
What is a down and out?
Down and out is usually someone who's maybe intoxicated, inebriated, or sick in some manner that's incapacitated.
You remember the address that you were dispatched to?
I don't recall.
If you were to refer to a report, would that help you refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
Your document I've marked as State's Exhibit 51. What is that?
This is, I believe, my supplement report.
Okay. And would you just review that silently and let me know when you've completed?
Yes, sir.
All right. You recall, I'll leave this with you.
Okay.
You recall the address to which you were dispatched that morning?
Yes, sir. I believe it's 8631 Fairhaven.
All right. 8631 Fairhaven Drive, is that in Bexar County, Texas?
Yes, it is.
Where about in the city of San Antonio?
That's specifically in the medical center area.
If I were to show you a map of San Antonio with it highlighted, do you think that would help the jury understand where this crime took place?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 52. Is that the map that I just referenced?
Yes, it is.
And does that identifying marker on that map accurately show where the address is that you were dispatched to that day?
Yes.
It offers State's Exhibit 52, Your Honor.
No objections, Your Honor.
State 52 is admitted?
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
testified a moment ago that you thought you were responding to a down and out,
Yes, sir.
or perhaps a welfare check.
Yes, sir.
Are those common?
Yes, they are.
What did you see when you first arrived on scene?
As I was approaching the scene, I saw the first victim laying in the sidewalk that encompasses two apartment buildings that have walkways going into each apartment that is numbered.
What do you remember? The first victim that you testified you saw, was that a male or a female individual?
There's a female.
What do you remember about her as you first came on the scene?
Like I said, there was another officer that had been there that was directing me. We were both simultaneously walking to the victim. Immediately noticed that she suffered some severe trauma, possibly gunshots. We weren't confirming on the gunshots, but obviously she had a lot of blood all over her.
I'm going to ask that the court instruct you to answer only the question asked, not to go on some broad narrative.
Objection is sustained.
Other than the trauma the individual had suffered, what did you observe about the scene immediately surrounding?
Well, like I said, when I first saw the first victim, I followed the blood trail and noticed that she appeared to have tried to stumble into different apartments, possibly trying to get attention from other tenants in the apartments.
Okay, so did you see blood on other doors around that breezeway?
Yes, I did.
What did you do immediately after seeing that individual?
I continued to follow the blood trail to where there was an apartment with the door open. At that point, I summoned another officer to come with me. Other officers were making a scene, and I summoned another officer to make entry into the apartment.
Do you remember the apartment number?
I do not.
Would referring to your report briefly help you remember that?
I don't think it listed an apartment number in this report, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay. I understand this was some time ago.
I'm sorry?
I understand this happened some time ago.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you used the phrase "making the scene." Could you explain to the jury what that means?
Well, once we determined that there was a victim involved, getting a radio, of course, asked for EMS for medical assistance, and then other officers obviously start hearing that there's something going on. If we found one victim, that immediately sends other officers to respond to the scene to assist in protecting the crime scene, start looking for suspects if it's an active case, if it's something that's happened relatively quick. Officers immediately start responding to that crime scene, so that's what I mean by that.
Okay. How long did it take other officers to arrive?
It was relatively quick because of the beginning of the shift.
Okay. Who was the first one on scene after you?
After me?
Yes, sir.
It was, I believe, Detective or Officer Leslie Cassidy.
Sure. Was that Officer Franco at the time?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. She was Franco before.
Yes, sir. Did you inform her of the open door to the apartment that you observed?
I did.
What did you two do with that apartment?
Well, believing that victim came from that unit, we made entry to clear that unit, make sure that there was no other victims or possible suspects inside the unit. As I stood by the doorway, I could hear noises of like a snoring or gargling. It's pretty loud. At that point, I immediately made entry, cautiously upstairs.
Okay. Did you clear the downstairs before proceeding up the stairs?
No, sir, went straight upstairs.
What did you observe when you reached the top of the stairs?
As I was ascending up the stairways, I wasn't sure if it was a suspect. As I made my way upstairs carefully, I could see the bed, and I started seeing what turned out to be the second victim. I could see that he was bleeding profusely, had some trauma to his face as well. EMS at that time was downstairs tending to the first victim.
Judge, again, I'm going to ask the court to instruct the prosecutor
manifest and non-responsive. That's your objection.
Correct. Thank you, Your Honor.
What did you observe about the victim and his immediate surroundings? The second victim that was upstairs.
He was laying on a bed. Like I said, it was gargling blood.
Okay.
At that point, I immediately went downstairs and summoned EMS who were there at the scene
Okay.
to care for the second victim.
What did the EMS techs do after you informed them of his presence?
They immediately went upstairs with us and began administering first aid.
What did you do at that point?
Just waited for supervisors, waited for the crime scene, and waited for detectives to start making the scene because now we had 2 victims.
Passaways.
Morning, how are you today?
Morning, sir. Very good. Thank you.
You indicated that you've been a law enforcement officer since '96,
Yes, sir.
and how long did you work at the Bear County Sheriff's Office?
Almost 4 years.
Okay. So you've been with SAPD 23, 24 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Almost 23 years.
Okay. And you indicated that when you arrived at the location that you've testified about on the map, you were not alone, correct?
That's correct.
Who was the other officer that was with you?
I believe it was Officer Velez.
Officer what?
Velez?
You believe so, or you're sure about that?
I'm sure about that.
Okay. Now, you indicated at first you thought this was a down and out or a welfare check, right?
Yes, sir.
And the down and out is someone who's incapacitated either by drugs, alcohol, something, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And what's the welfare check?
It's something similar, but welfare checks are often when a family member calls for check on their elderly parents or somebody whose health is compromised, that they request an officer to go and check to make sure that they're okay, especially if they haven't heard from them in a couple of days or something like that.
Understand. And what time did you get there?
I don't remember exactly, but I want to say around 6:15, 6:30. It was relatively early in the shift.
And when you arrived at the location, there was already another officer there?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
Oh, it was a Velez. Velez.
Okay. And then after you discovered the female lying on the sidewalk, Julia Wright, then other police began to arrive?
That's correct.
And they arrived rather quickly, right?
Yes, sir.
So you indicated that from where you saw Miss Wright, you were following the trail of blood.
That's correct.
Okay. And did you go to several doors, one door, how many doors?
It's a old apartment complex. A lot of those apartments are vacant. We could obviously say that they're vacant. I don't know specifically which apartment was occupied at the time, but that's usually what I observed when I got there. Is some of those apartments were vacant, and then some of them are occupied. I just couldn't tell you which ones.
But the question I asked you is how many doors did you go to?
I don't recall. There's at least a couple, maybe 2 or 3.
Until you got to an apartment where the door was open.
That's correct.
And at the apartment where the door was open, you heard a sound?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And when you went upstairs, you found Mr. Milanovich, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, you notified EMS so they could attend first aid.
Yes, sir.
At this point, Had you begun doing any of your crime scene investigation?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you do it or did someone else do it?
Someone else did it.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Be direct. Did EMS transport the male victim while you were present on the scene?
Yes, sir, I believe they did.
So they took him away in an ambulance?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
The witness, do you speak?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Call your next witness.
They called Leslie Franco. Apologies, Your Honor. Leslie Cassidy.
Adjust your chair and speak loud and clearly right into the mic.
Yes, sir. The witness has been sworn. You may proceed.
Please state your name for the jury.
My name is Leslie Cassidy.
How long have you been named Leslie Cassidy?
Going on 5 years.
All right. What were you named before that?
My name was Franco, Leslie Franco.
So was that your name back in 2018 on September 30th?
Yes, sir.
And what do you do for a living?
I work for SAPD. I'm currently a uniform detective.
How long have you been a uniform detective?
I've been in the uniform going on 3 years.
What were you before that?
A patrol officer.
How long were you a patrol officer with SAPD?
14 years.
You're a licensed peace officer in the state of Texas?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been so?
For the 17 years that I've been on the
It's all been
department.
with SAPD.
Yes, sir. It's all been with SAPD.
All right. Were you working on September 30th of 2018?
Yes, sir.
What shift?
I was working daylight on Peru.
Okay. What time does the daylight shift start?
Daylight shift starts at 6 o'clock.
Did you get called to a double homicide that day?
Yes, sir.
And Detective Molina testified that that was at 8631 Fairhaven.
Judge, if you could speak up a little bit, please.
Just lean into the microphone.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
That the apartment complex that you were dispatched in.
Yes, sir.
You can see up on the screen, State's Exhibit 52 shows a Google Maps with a mark on it. Is that the location of that apartment?
I believe so.
All right. What did you first see when you arrived on the scene?
When I first arrived at the scene, I could see a female laying face down. She obviously had been shot. She had.
I forgot to ask.
Okay, no problem.
Is that apartment complex located in Bexar County, Texas?
Yes, it is located in Bexar County, Texas.
Very good. You testified you saw a female laying face
I believe it was face down.
down. Okay. And what did you observe about that female?
I could see blood on her person. So once we observed her, we started searching the area. So the way it's set up, there's like a main sidewalk, and then it offshoots to smaller sidewalks to the doors of the apartment.
Okay.
And
That individual that you saw when you first arrived on scene, did she appear to you to be alive or deceased?
she appeared to be deceased.
What can you tell me about the sidewalk around her?
There was blood. There was blood on the sidewalk, and if you look to the left at the door, you could see where she had been probably banging on the door, because I believe we got a call for someone banging on a door. And you could see a puddle of blood where an individual had been injured and was on the door and the sidewalk.
Okay, so you saw blood on a door near where the female individual was lying.
Correct.
Did you see blood on any other doors?
Well, we saw blood on the sidewalk, and then we went to the door where the actual individual presumed to live.
When you say we, to whom are you referring?
Detective Molina.
Okay. Who else was on scene when you got there?
There was an officer, Orlando Velez, I believe.
Officer Valdez and Detective Molina, is that it?
Correct.
What did you and Detective Molina do
so-
at that open door?
So we ended up clearing the location because we weren't sure if there was any other victims or a suspect there.
What do
So,
you mean to clear a location?
so we made it safe. So we verified that there was either no more suspects on the scene, and we checked for victims.
Did you check downstairs first or upstairs?
I checked downstairs and then proceeded upstairs after Detective Molina went upstairs.
Okay. What did you observe downstairs?
Downstairs, I believe I did find some paraphernalia downstairs and some marijuana. But other than that, everything seemed kosher. There wasn't a lot of debris or anything like it. It didn't look like it was a burglary.
Okay.
And saw lots of blood. And then we could hear noise coming from upstairs. It sounded kind of like snoring.
So we'll go upstairs in a moment.
Mhm.
When you refer to paraphernalia, where did you find those items?
I believe it was on the coffee table on my report.
What kind of items were they?
I know there was a baggie of marijuana that I put on my report. I don't know exactly what the paraphernalia was. More likely would have been a pipe.
Okay. Like the kind of pipe one would use for smoking marijuana.
Correct.
And you testified that the room hadn't been overturned.
Correct.
Okay. What did you observe upstairs?
Upstairs, we observed it was like a loft bedroom setting. So you could see straight from the staircase upstairs. You could see a bed. We could hear a noise. And once we were actually on that level, we could see a male laying face up on the bed. He was on the right side of the bed, and I could see an injury to his face. But it looked like he had been shot.
Okay. Describe the noise you heard as you were climbing the stairs.
So call it like the last breaths. Individuals, when they're in the process of dying, they make a kind of like gurgling, kind of a deep. It's kind of a real, and you can hear it where all the breath is coming out of them, and you can hear that from him.
Is that a sound that you are familiar with?
Yes, unfortunately.
And you testified that the individual on the bed had suffered some trauma.
Correct, yes, sir.
What were you able to immediately observe about that trauma at the time?
I believe in my report I put it was on his right side orbital area, so it looked like he had been shot to the right side of his face.
What did you and Detective Molina do then?
We called for EMS to come.
Okay. What did y'all do after that?
After that, I ended up going outside the location. We were looking for more evidence, and then I ended up staying with the female victim until the ME's office removed her.
Okay. So, Detective Molina had testified that EMS removed the male victim.
Correct.
But that's not true for the female.
No,
Okay.
because he was still had signs of some type of, life. So they took him to the hospital.
Okay. But the medical examiner came from the female.
Correct.
As a witness.
You indicated that the report said that someone called from banging on the door.
From the key card. So there were multiple calls, and on the key card, I swore there was one that said that they heard somebody banging on their door. And that was one of the prior calls to our arrival.
So that would have been like a 911 call that the dispatch is sending you?
I believe so, yes, sir.
This call?
Yes, sir.
You believe that?
Yes, sir.
You didn't put that in your report, did you?
No, sir.
Now, when you walked into the location where the door was open. On the ground floor, you saw paraphernalia.
In the living room area, yes, sir.
And when the state asked you what kind, you don't really recall, you think it was pipes?
Correct. In my report, I just put drug paraphernalia and a baggie of marijuana.
And in the baggie of marijuana, do you know how much marijuana it was?
No, sir, I didn't collect it, so I wouldn't have known the weight.
And when you were able to clear the upstairs location to make sure there was no other suspects around, right?
Yes, sir.
EMS was called in.
Yes, sir.
EMS attended Mr. Milanovich.
I don't know the victim's name, but they removed him.
Assume that that's his name, okay?
Yes, sir.
And they administered first aid
Yes, sir.
and decided to try to take him to a hospital.
Yes, sir.
And then outside, you indicated once he left that you went out looking for more evidence.
Correct.
What did you find?
I was able to locate a glove outside in a close proximity to the female near one of the other apartment complexes. And then
Describe the glove that you found.
as a latex glove, similar to something like a black latex glove.
Found the whole glove?
Yes, sir. I believe there was a whole glove.
And did you find anything else?
I don't believe I did. My other duty assigned was to stay with the female victim until Emmy removed her. So that was where I was placed.
And getting back to this glove you found, where did you find that?
So where the female was laying, there was another row of apartments or another building, and it was near the that building by a window. It's like a grassy area where she was laying. It was in that proximity, I believe.
So what you're saying is you found this black latex glove near a window, right?
Near the crime scene, in the crime scene area.
And that would have been the window to the apartment you had just been in?
No, sir.
So this was found at a different area?
So where she's found is between two apartment buildings.
Right.
So she was on the opposite side of the building where she was from. So the building where she was laying in front of, that's where the glove was found, in that area.
Let's assume these are the two apartments that you're talking about, right?
Yes, sir.
And let's assume that in my left hand is the apartment that you went into, right?
Okay.
So you found the glove near the other side?
Yes, where she was laying. Yes, sir.
And let me ask you, this black latex glove that you found have anything to do with this case?
I wouldn't be able to tell you, sir. I'm not part of this CSI. I didn't collect it, and I don't get any information as to if they were able to collect any evidence off of that. At the time, I was just an officer.
Did you collect it, or did someone else?
CSI. CSI, crime scene.
That's the witness, Your Honor.
Read record. When you first observed that glove,
Yes, sir.
was it before or after you entered the apartment and observed the second victim?
I'm like, I want to say it was afterwards.
Okay. So after you discovered the second victim and came back out to monitor the first victim while waiting for the medical exam.
Correct. Yes.
And at that time, there had already been CSI on the scene.
I know EMS was on the scene. I'm not sure about CSI.
Apologies, EMS.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so emergency medical individuals had already arrived on scene to attend to the victim.
Correct.
And you found this glove at an entirely different building.
Correct.
Okay. That's the witness.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Could the detective be excused?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Officer Holyfield. It's Officer Edward Holyfield.
Just make sure you speak loud and clear against the mic. You can adjust it to.
Witness has been sworn. You may proceed.
Sergeant Holyfield, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Sergeant Edward Holyfield. I work West Patrol Daylight for the San Antonio Police Department.
Okay. How long have you been with the SAPD?
I've been with the department for 20 years.
Are you a licensed peace officer in the state of Texas?
Yes, sir.
You've been with the SAPD the whole time?
Yes, sir.
What was your position with the SAPD on September 30th, 2018?
I was a uniform evidence detective.
How long have you been so?
Excuse me, sir.
How long have you been a uniform evidence detective at that time?
I was a uniform evidence detective for about a week at that time.
All right. Did you have a supervisor and officer at the time?
I don't recall, sir.
All right. So back on September 30th, 2018, did you get called to work a double homicide?
Yes, sir, I did.
The apartment complex you responded to, was that in Bexar County, Texas?
Yes, it was.
Was it located, spot marked on that map up on State's Exhibit 52?
Yes, it was, sir.
All right. Tell me about how you came to be involved in that call.
One of the lead CSI detectives that was already on the scene requested assistance. So, because I was on the training phase, we were tasked to go out there and help out and assist.
What was the name of the detective who requested your assistance?
It was CSI Detective Ants.
Was that Archie Ants?
Yes, sir.
What did you observe when you first arrived on scene?
As soon as I arrived at the scene, I observed a victim on the sidewalk, deceased. She was covered with blood. My job at the time was to take photos, so I took several photos.
Who gave you the assignment to take photos?
My training, CSI.
Okay. Who was that?
That was CSI Lindsay Patton.
Okay. Let me show you what I've marked. State's Exhibits 2 through 37. Take a look at all of these.
Mr. Van Cleve, what was Detective Molina's report that you have? Thank you. You said this is 3:30.
37. all of these photographs fairly and accurately describe the scene as you observed it on September 30th of 2018?
Yes, sir.
State offer states exhibits 2 through 37. Judge, if I may have a moment to look at it.
Yes. It's 3 to 37?
2 through 37.
I thought 2 was the IVR for the 911 call.
That was 50.
I apologize.
No objection.
States 2 through 37 are admitted.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. For the record, Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
In accordance with this court's order. All right, Sergeant, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 2. What does this show?
The apartment complex, apartment building number 91.
Okay. How about State's Exhibit 3?
2 apartment buildings.
Okay. And you can see, if I go a little closer up on this one. Apologies. You see that there's what appears to be a person lying in between the buildings. Is that the first victim?
That's correct, sir.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibits 4 and 5. Are these closer photos of the female victim?
Yes, they are.
I'm going to hand these to the jury.
Do you have more to publish on the screen?
I do.
If we keep going with that, please.
This is State's Exhibit 7.
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at?
2 apartment buildings and a crime scene tape in the back.
Okay. How about State's Exhibit 6?
It's the front entry of the front entry door of the apartment.
Okay. State's Exhibit 3.
Sorry, 8.
Apologies, 8. Thank you.
Can't really see what the little object is, but I see there's blood
Okay.
drops around it.
Here in State's Exhibit 9, do we see that same small exhibit marker, mark 3?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 10. Does that appear to be an open door with blood stains beneath it?
Yes, it is.
State's Exhibit 11.
Back of the apartment complex, the crime scene.
State's Exhibit 12.
Crime scene tape around another location of the apartment complex.
Do we see some small exhibit markers near the face of the building?
That's correct, sir.
State's Exhibit 9, apologies, State's Exhibit 13, do we see an exhibit marker 9? Here's some items on the ground.
Yes, I do.
State's Exhibit 14, what do those items appear to be?
Black tire iron, window molding.
State's Exhibit 15, that appear to be marking a small item in the grass.
Yes, sir.
What do we see in State's Exhibit 16?
Looks like a damaged window.
We'll zoom out a little bit in State's Exhibit 17. Do we see those markers with the molding, the tire iron, next to that damaged window?
Yes.
And was that window, did that window access the apartment with the open door?
Yes, it is.
State's Exhibit 18. Is that open door?
Front door, yes.
It's 19. Is that same door from inside?
Yes, it is.
See here, states 20. What do we see there?
Blood splatter and couch.
Okay. And is there a window behind that couch?
I can't really recall, sir.
Sorry, does it appear to be a pink curtain?
Okay, yes, there is.
From the angle here in States Exhibit 21.
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. Is that the same window that you photographed from the outside?
Yes, it is. That's the back window.
In States Exhibit 22, does that appear to be that same couch that we just looked at in States Exhibit 20?
Yes, it is.
And what does that appear to be on States Exhibit 22?
Appear to be a footprint.
And here's States 23. Is that another photograph of that footprint?
Yes, it is.
States 24. Does that appear to show?
That is downstairs.
States 25. Is that a closer shot of those stairs?
Yes, it is.
States 26. Is that same stairway?
Yes, it is.
What do you observe about that stairway?
Some blood going up and down the stairs.
See here in States 23, there appears to be some blood on that wall by that landing in the stairs, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You got a closer shot of that wall?
Yes, sir.
In States 28.
Same stairs.
That shot from the landing?
Yes, it is.
States 29.
Same photo, the stairs.
Okay. Is that looking back up toward the second level from the
Yes.
landing?
Yes, it is.
Where was States 30 taken?
That I don't recall, sir.
Okay.
It looks like it was taken upstairs.
Upstairs looking down toward the stairwell?
Yes, sir.
I'll show you States 5. Apologies, States 31. You see an exhibit marker next to a small item down toward the bottom of the photograph. You see that?
Not as clearly, sir. It looks like a little object.
Would you like me to zoom in?
Yes, please. Okay. Looks like a bullet fragment.
Okay. For a shell casing, perhaps?
Shell casing.
In States 32, it's going to show another exhibit marker over some what appear to be gym shorts, marking another small item. What is that small item?
Can you zoom in, sir? Can you zoom
Yes,
in
yes,
some
I
more?
can.
Would it help with this step down? So you can do it.
Probably. Looks like a bullet casing.
Okay. Showing you States 33, which appears to be marking another piece of evidence. What's that marking?
It's an ammo box.
States Exhibit 34. What do we see?
The bedroom.
Okay. And anything noticeable about the bed?
Bloodstains on the top mattress.
You took these photos after emergency medical personnel had already taken the second victim, correct?
That is correct.
What is this we see in States 35?
It's like another shell casing.
And states 36.
Some paraphernalia on the couch.
Okay. Is that small item sitting next to the bag?
Yes, it is.
Do you recall what was inside the bag?
Marijuana.
Here in 37, appears to be that same photograph, but with a pillow over the barrel. Is this how it appeared when you first observed it?
Yes, it is, sir.
So the second one states Exhibit 36. Have you moved the pillow to take that?
Yes, we moved it to take a better picture of it.
After taking those photographs, did you perform any other functions that would help other individuals working on this case understand the scene and the layout of the scene?
Yes, sir. I drew a sketch.
Okay. Did you draw one sketch or multiple?
I believe I drew 2 sketches.
Showing what I marked as State's Exhibit 38. What is this?
This is a sketch to outside showing the apartment buildings.
Yep. And on the second page of it, there appears to be a key, correct?
That is correct.
Do you believe that this sketch would help this jury to fully understand the evidence?
Yes, sir.
State Officer State's Exhibit 38.
State's Exhibit 38, does that fairly and accurately represent the scene?
No, sir.
It's not drawn to scale.
It's not drawn to scale, sir.
But does it fairly and accurately represent where everything is? Roughly.
Not to scale, sir, but it's a small depiction of the crime scene.
No objection.
States 38 is admitted.
May I publish it?
Yes.
Here on States 38, what area of the crime scene have you depicted?
First.
Do you want to make it darker?
Oh, yes, sir.
So that they can see it.
First victim that I approached when I arrived on the scene.
This is the female who was outside.
That is correct.
And we can see numbers marked here. There's a number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, and then 9 and 10 back here. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The second page, a key to identify those items.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So 1 would be the black gloves found here, right?
That is correct, sir.
Beside the victim, and then 9 and 10, referring to the key, would be the window molding and what you've marked as a crowbar, but the photographs depict a tire iron, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you also make diagrams of the interior of the apartment?
Yes, I did.
What I marked as State's Exhibits 39 and 40. What are these?
The inside of the apartment.
Okay. 39, is that the first floor or the second floor?
That's the first floor.
And State Exhibit 40?
Second floor.
Once again, like the exterior diagram, you didn't have surveying equipment or anything that could make this to scale, correct?
That is correct.
However, do you believe that these fairly and accurately depict the apartment such that they would assist the jury in determining where these individual pieces of evidence were located?
Yes, that is correct, sir.
State Officer State's Exhibits 39 and 40.
While not to scale, do they fairly and accurately represent where things were found?
Pretty much, sir, they were found, but not to scale. That's correct.
No objection to 39 and 40.
The number states exhibits 39 and 40.
States 39 and 40 are admitted.
Would you recommend that the jury refer to these as the evidence comes in and as they review it to help them understand where specific items were located?
Yes, sir.
As a witness, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, is it Holyfield or Hollyfield?
Hollifield, sir.
You are a sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Then I will refer to you as sergeant.
Thank you.
How long have you been a sergeant?
Since October of 2023,
And where are you currently assigned as a sergeant?
currently assigned to the West Patrol, which is on Culebra and Fort County.
I guess as a sergeant, you have new duties now where you supervise people.
That is correct, sir.
But back in 2018, you were a UEDI,
That is correct.
a uniform evidence person.
Yes, sir.
I think you told us earlier that you were in the training phase.
I was.
So what is the training phase?
Training phase was, I just got promoted to the next rank after patrol, which is a uniform evidence detective. Just detective, and you do it right along with the lead CSI. So there was already a CSI on the scene of this call. So as part of training to get experience, I was asked to go assist and help out.
The lead CSI, was that Patton?
Lead CSI was CSI Ants, Archie Ants.
Sorry, that was Ants. So does Ants go with you whenever you're doing stuff while you're out there?
Ants was already out there. I was riding with a different CSI.
Because earlier you told us that you were there to assist, correct?
That is correct.
So when you're taking pictures or doing diagrams, are you under someone's supervision?
Yes, that is correct.
And would that be Ants?
No, that was my CSI trainer, Patton.
So it is that Lindsay Patton?
That is correct.
So it's Patton's job to make sure, I guess, that you take enough pictures or the correct pictures, or your diagram is correct, or things like that.
That is correct.
Now, is she by you the entire time, or does she leave you alone, or is she just, how does that work?
That I don't recall if she was with me the whole time, but I was given instructions when I got there to start taking photos as soon as I started approaching the building. She was giving.
You were training for about a week, so had you done other crime scenes?
That I don't recall.
So you don't recall if this was your first crime scene or your 10th crime scene?
I don't recall, sir.
But you were there under the supervision of Lindsay Patton?
That is correct.
So who's the one making the decisions as to what evidence to do or what people are supposed to do?
CSI Lindsay Patton told me to take photos as soon as I approached the building. When I was doing so, she gave me the next assignment, what to do. But she was also getting information from the lead CSI, Archie Ants, what he needed done.
So it's going from Ants to Patton to you.
Yes, sir.
Is there a detective on the scene?
That I don't remember.
So it is essentially Ants is the one who's making the decision on what to do?
That I don't recall, sir. I was given instructions.
I guess as a trainee, you're just doing what Patton tells you to do.
That is correct.
And so your job, as she said, is to take pictures?
That is correct.
All right, so what kind of camera did you have?
I don't know the specs of it. It's a department issued city camera.
Now, when you arrived on the scene, I assume this is much later, much after, I guess the scene has been cleared, and I mean, it's not like right when it happened, correct, when the officers first arrived?
That is correct.
I mean, evidence collection is usually further down the line.
That's towards the end, yes, sir.
So when you arrived, do you recall what time you arrived?
That I don't recall, sir.
So when you take these pictures, you don't know how long the evidence is out there when you're out there, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So your job, given to you by Pat, is to take pictures?
That's correct.
And so you're taking pictures of what you think is important?
Yes, that's correct.
Now earlier, I think you were showing pictures of various objects, such as a tire iron.
Yes.
Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now you don't know if that tire iron actually had anything involvement in the case or not, do you?
No, sir.
Right. But it's something that could be relevant.
Yes, that's correct.
So you take a picture of a tire iron, not knowing if it's relevant or not, you do it anyway.
Yes, that's correct.
I think earlier you were showing a picture, I guess, of a damaged window.
Yes.
Yeah, I think they described it as sort of an entry point. You remember that?
Possibly, sir. The damaged window in the back.
And that would be the window to that apartment where the second victim was found.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Now, you don't know how long that damaged window was actually there or not, do you?
I don't.
I mean, it could have been there, just happened, or it could have been there a week. You don't know. Correct?
That's correct. I don't know, sir.
And you don't know if the person who went into that apartment went through that window or not.
That's correct, sir.
Or whether or not they just went in, or whether or not they just went out. Because there's an entry and an exit. You know, when you go into a place and out of a place, you don't know if they just went in one way or the other way. Right?
That's right, sir.
What you do know is there's a damaged window. And your job is to take a picture of the window. Okay? You agree?
Yes, sir.
Now, the items that you took pictures of, the various items such as the gloves and the tire iron, did you collect those items?
No, I didn't, sir.
Okay, that would be someone else's job.
That is correct.
So the evidence decks, I guess, split up what to do. Different people do different things. Your job is to take a sketch and take some pictures.
That's correct, sir.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 33. It's a box of .380 ammo.
Yes.
Now, it stands logically, I guess it would make sense if there's ammo that there's going to be a gun somewhere, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Now, you found a box of .380 ammo, yes?
It was there, yes, sir.
Did you look for the weapon, the .380 gun?
Don't recall what my assignment at the time was, sir.
And you don't remember if you actually searched the apartment well, like from top to bottom or not?
No, sir. My job was not to search the place.
You just took pictures, I guess, of what was obvious, what was there.
Yes, sir.
Like your job was not to search, right?
That is correct.
As far as you don't know if they actually searched for a weapon or not.
That is correct, sir.
You just know there's a box of .380 ammo and you took a picture of it.
Yes, sir. I came across it and took a photo of it.
Do you know if there were discussions to search for a possible .380 firearm?
No, sir.
But fair to say a .380 firearm, as far as you know, was never collected.
Not that I recall, sir.
Now, State's Exhibit number 36. box depicts a bag of marijuana.
That is correct, sir.
Now, that bag of marijuana was behind the bill, correct?
That is correct.
And it looks like a fairly large-sized bag of marijuana, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if it was collected?
I don't recall who collected it.
You recall the weight of the bag?
Excuse me, sir?
You recall how
No, I
much
don't, sir.
marijuana the weight was?
I don't, sir.
I mean, you would agree with me that that's not a small amount.
That's correct.
So you find ammunition earlier, you know there's probably a gun somewhere, and you find a large bag of marijuana.
That is correct, sir.
And you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out that they're probably selling the marijuana, or someone was.
Objection to speculation, Larry.
But you would agree with me that that is,
No, the objection is sustained.
you would agree with me that is not an insignificant amount of marijuana.
That is it is a large amount.
You also found some black gloves in a bush,
That is correct, sir.
and you don't know if that's relevant or not, but you certainly collected, or you took pictures of it.
Took pictures of it.
And you also said a blue glove, or a piece of it?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Where was that found?
That was found along also near the tire iron and the window molding.
So I guess it looks like it could be in like the tip of a glove? Does that make sense?
Don't recall, sir. Remember it was being a blue glove.
And that would have been by the tire iron, right?
It was in that picture with the behind the apartment complex. Not sure which object it was next to.
And I guess you took pictures, I guess, of 2 shell casings?
That is correct, sir.
And those would have been collected by someone else,
That was collected by someone else.
as well as what appears to be as a possible, like a live round?
And I don't recall, sir.
Let me show you the case instead of 35. I think earlier you might have referred to it as a shell casing.
You mind if I get closer, ma'am?
Yes, go. You will step.
Looks to be like a live round.
Call because of the darkness of the picture.
There may be a way you can change this. Except I'm not sure which.
That is a live round.
All right, 'cause in your diagram, you referred to it as a live 9mm round. You agree with me?
Yes, sir. It's on my diagram. That's what I listed it as.
I'll pass with us.
You're direct. Well, Mr. Kishimoto asked you where the small piece of glove was found in relation to the other items here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would that be on your diagram?
Don't recall, sir. I know I listed some evidence on the diagram.
Well, you refer to State's Exhibit 38, right here, number 10. Drop the brightness a little bit. Does that say blue piece of glove?
Yes, sir.
All right. Number 9 up here is what you marked as a crowbar in the window, correct?
That is correct.
All right. On the diagram, you see here, 9 and 10 were recovered outside that broken window.
That is correct.
So according to the diagram, that's where it was.
Yes, it is.
All right. And when you take photographs of a crime scene, who decides what's relevant to photograph?
CSI that's in charge of the call.
Okay, so you might be directed by someone like Detective Ans to take photos of specific items.
That is correct.
Do you also have the ability to use your own judgment to take photographs of items you believe are relevant?
That is correct.
Do you believe that a broken window with a tire iron under it is relevant in a home invasion double homicide?
That's correct, sir.
Do you believe that spent shell casings are relevant in what appears to be a homicide by firearm?
That is correct.
That's the witness, Your Honor.
Was your job to take any, try to take any fingerprints or anything from these items?
No, sir. My task that day was to take photos.
You were tasked by Pat to take photos and do the diagram.
That is correct, sir.
Fair enough. I'll pass the witness.
Nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Next step down, detective. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to release you for lunch just a tad bit early. Normally we'll work until about 12:30, but I do have a meeting at noon I have to get to. You're going to remain under the same instructions that I gave you since Friday. You're not allowed to discuss this matter until you are going to deliberate, so we're not there yet. Do not discuss anything. You're prohibited from looking anything up, just like I have instructed you, okay? Let's reconvene at 1:15 or so. Be back in the jury room at 1:15, and we'll get started again with the evidence. You remain under the same instructions. And attorneys, make sure that all of the evidence is properly collected and handed to my court reporter. We're in recess.
You can leave your
No, I'll give you an afternoon break. I didn't give you one in the morning. I wanted to get through the morning part. But we'll take a break closer to 3 o'clock. But if before then you need a break, just raise your hand and we'll take a break. State call your next witness.
State calls Corporal Robert Caldera.
The witness has been sworn for purposes of the record. The court interpreter is also here and has been sworn. You remain under the same law. You may proceed.
All right, Corporal, would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Detective Robert Caldera.
What do you do for a living?
I patrol the south side of town on the day shift.
Okay. What's your current job title?
I'm a uniformed evidence detective.
How long have you been a uniformed evidence detective?
5 years.
What were you before that?
Patrol officer.
How long were you a patrol officer?
About 18 years.
Okay. And are you a licensed peace officer in the state of Texas?
Yes, I
How
am.
long have you been so?
23 years.
If my math is right, that makes it all with the SAPD, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. What was your job title on September 30th, 2018?
Uniformed evidence detective.
Okay. What shift were you working that day?
Day shift.
Do you remember being called out to a double homicide?
I do.
The apartment complex that you were called to, was that in Bear County, Texas?
Yes, sir.
What did you do when you arrived on scene?
So I was with the crime scene investigator, and so I did the video taping.
What was the name of the crime scene investigator?
Can't remember his name.
Okay.
It's,
Do you remember the CSI who was in charge that day?
no, sir.
Okay. You were directed to do a video.
Correct.
Can you briefly walk the jury through how that process works?
So I was instructed just to get the camera ready, and I did. Put on some gloves,
Okay.
and proceeded to record.
What kind of camera did you use?
It was a Canon.
All right. And then, how do you generally go about walking through a crime scene with a video camera?
So we proceed from the beginning of where the location is at, and then we go inside the location, and literally it's 360 degrees of every room wherever we're at, and then outside the perimeter.
Okay. Are you careful that you get the entire crime scene in that video?
Yes,
Is that what you did in this case?
I did.
Showing you what I've marked is State's Exhibit 41. Have you seen this disc before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. What does it contain?
Video of the crime scene that I recorded.
Okay. And how do you know it's the same disc?
My initials and badge and date are on there.
Okay. Does this video fairly inaccurately depict everything you saw at the crime scene on this case?
Yes.
State Officer State's Exhibit 41.
No objections, Your Honor.
States 41 is admitted?
May I publish?
Yes. Here at the beginning of the video, what is the location listed?
8631 Fairhaven Street.
Okay. And who's listed as the detective/CSI?
Myself.
Okay. What is the date
September 30th, 2018,
What's the time this video walkthrough was taken?
8:30 in the morning.
That was the first portion. Let's play the second. And for the jury and for the record, what portion of the crime scene are we going to be looking at here?
So this is coming from the parking lot where the apartment complex is located, and we're walking towards the location.
Okay.
Mr. Van Zeven, do you want to establish for the record there's no audio?
Yes, sir. And for the record, there is no audio in these videos, correct?
Correct.
Now playing the third video. Was that another video of the walkway between the apartment buildings?
Yes.
Playing the fourth video. See there what appears to be a black glove marked Exhibit 1.
Yes.
And another black glove in the bush above the first.
Yes.
And the fifth video. And we can see the blood in the
Yes.
apartment door. And the sixth video. Here we see an open door with bloodstains.
Yes.
video. See what appears to be a footprint on a red couch.
Yes.
And we see what appears to be marijuana and paraphernalia on that coffee table.
Yes.
Playing the 8th video. Playing the 9th video. See what appears to be a large blood stain on the wall at the landing of those stairs.
Yes.
And the 9th video. And that's the 10th video.
What was the question, Trey? I didn't hear what you said.
The 10th video. That's not enough. What do we see there?
Showcasing. That's a live round.
Up there next to marker 7.
Shorts.
Yes, sir. What do you see there next to marker 8?
That's a box of bullets.
What we see appears to be,
A tooth.
sir, I'm not playing the 11th video. Where is this video shot?
This is the outside of the apartment complex.
See items on the ground. What items do we see?
Tire iron and aluminum framing from the window.
Next to marker 10. You're zooming in on that.
I can't recall what that is.
What is that?
Glass from the window.
Now the 12th final video. addition to taking those videos of the crime scene, did you complete any other tasks in this investigation?
No.
Did you attempt to, or did you collect latent prints from any of the locations in that apartment?
Oh, yes, they did from that back window.
Do you know anything, what came of that?
We did lift the print and submitted it to the lab.
Okay. That's the way to start.
Good afternoon. How are you today?
Good afternoon, sir. Good, thank you.
I have a few quick questions for you, okay?
Okay.
I take it in the very first video where it says 2505, that's your badge number.
Correct.
And I take it in the first video where it has the numbers 18208-363. That's the SAPD case number that's assigned to this investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we know that you began doing the video recordings at approximately 8:30 in the morning, right?
Yes.
And you used a Canon camera, right?
Correct.
That's a camera one can hold in your hand, right?
Yes.
And the camera has the ability to both start and stop as you control the switch, right?
Yes.
Okay. In other words, you know when to start, when to record, you know when to stop, right?
Correct.
Now, you indicated in the video that the apartment you entered was apartment number 18.
Yes.
Yes, sir?
Correct.
Okay. And in that video, there's a number 3 on the sidewalk. Little yellow deal that has a 3 on it. Do you know what that was?
What was next to that number or on the
Yes.
the sidewalk? I don't recall
Don't
what may have
recall?
been there. Yeah.
Okay. And you indicated that then in number 7 that you observed marijuana, paraphernalia, and lighters on the table.
Correct.
And you assumed, did you not, that marijuana, that paraphernalia, those lighters belonged to the people that lived in that apartment?
Yes. Correct. Yes.
And then you also did the same in, I think, number 11, outside on the patio, correct?
Yes.
More marijuana,
What appeared to be, yes.
another lighter,
Another lighter, yes.
what appeared to be that long thing that looked like a pipe.
Yes.
So again, it's evident to you that the folks that were in that apartment had the marijuana, had the pipe, had the paraphernalia.
Yes.
Now, your job is not to decide whether that's good news or bad news, is it?
Right.
All you're doing there is photographing, videotaping the scene as you were told to do.
Correct.
Okay. Now, You indicated that you were told to do the photographic evidence by the CSI, right?
Yes.
The lead CSI.
Yes. Correct.
Okay. And who was that?
I can't remember his name. It's been over 5 years.
I understand.
Yeah.
And you indicated and I want to go to this one. I need to do that. Okay. We'll get the prosecutor to show me which buttons it is to get to it.
Just a mess.
Go to number 11, please. How do we stop it? Right here with the...
Yes.
This is the outside of the apartment, correct?
Yes.
And you photographed the items that you saw outside,
Yes.
which was
That
No.
part.
number 9, the tire iron,
Yes.
number 10, you're not sure what that blue thing is, right?
Right.
And then you get to the window, okay?
Yes.
That window open and close?
Yes. Yes.
Did you try to open it?
Yes, I did.
So it's closed here, right?
Yes.
So a person of the defendant's side couldn't get through that crack in the window, could he?
Probably not.
Right. You couldn't get through that crack in the window, could you?
No.
So what you're saying is that at some point the window must have been open or something? Is that what you're saying?
It would have to be open to get in.
The real truth is you don't know, do you?
Right.
Now, you indicated, let me shut this off so that we don't distract the jury with it. The only piece of glass you found outside was this corner up here, right?
Right.
The rest of the window is still intact and in place.
Correct.
In addition to the video that you took that we've seen all 12 chapters of it, right?
Yes, sir.
You were also asked to collect prints.
Yes.
And you indicate that you did find a print on the window.
Right. Yes.
With the print that you found on the window, what did you do with that print?
Turned it in to the lab.
And that is the SAPD lab, the Bear County Crime Lab?
SAPD.
And do you know if the lab made an identification of whose print it is?
No, I don't.
That would be someone else's job to do, right?
Yes,
All you did was take the print,
correct.
turn it into the lab,
Yes,
and then someone else has to decide whether it's the owners of the apartment, the guy that washes windows, or anyone else's.
correct.
This time we'll pass the witness back.
Read back, right?
Okay.
I'm going to show you the 11th video that Mr. Schaefer watched with you a moment ago. Let's go back a little bit right here at 1 minute and 12 seconds. Does that glass appear to be secure in the window frame to you?
No, no.
Nothing further.
Well, I guess I need to ask, did it appear to be secure or not? Did you even check it?
Yes, looking at the damage, you could tell that it had to be forced with the damage that's on the frame to be opened.
And you assume from seeing the crowbar outside that maybe the crowbar was used to break that window.
Correct.
You assume that, right?
Yes.
And do you know when the window got broken?
No.
So that window could have been broken by someone trying to get into the apartment, right?
Correct.
Window could have been broken a month before, right?
Yes.
You don't know when the window got broken.
No.
And you said you opened the window?
Yeah, I moved it back and forth.
Is video number 11 after you had moved it or before you had moved it?
It was.
If you remember.
Yeah, it was before.
That was before?
I think so.
So if that was before you moved the window to see if it would open, did you ask someone else to try to open the window, or that was you yourself that did that?
It was myself.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Nothing further.
Can this witness step down? Excuse. Thank you, Detective. You may step down. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state would call Detective Raul Juarez to the stand.
Adjust the chair and make sure you speak loud and clear. Okay.
No, ma'am. I was just going to remind you, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
The state provided you with a copy of the live streaming order where you're prohibited from watching any of the live stream.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
Would you kindly introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, my name is Raul Juarez. I'm a sergeant with San Antonio Police Department.
How long have you been employed by the City of San Antonio as a police officer, sir?
20 years, sir.
And what unit are you assigned to at present?
So presently, I am, and just recently, I am a sergeant assigned to the crime scene unit. But before that, I was assigned to the homicide unit for 8 years.
Congratulations on your promotion, sir.
Thank you.
When did that take place, that promotion?
That just happened last month in December. Early Christmas gift.
Fair enough. And you told us that before that you had been assigned to the homicide unit.
Yes, sir.
How long were you with homicide?
I was with homicide since 2015. So by the time I promoted, right about 8 years.
Fair enough. So that means that on September 30th of 2018, you would have been assigned to the homicide unit.
That's correct, sir.
Were you on duty on September 30th of 2018?
Yes, sir.
And did you have occasion to be dispatched out to a scene of a double homicide?
Yes, sir.
Detective or Sergeant, during the course of my questioning, do you think it would be helpful to refresh your recollection if you had a copy of your report?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. Let me show you, Sergeant, what has been previously marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 53. Would you kindly take a look at it and tell me if you recognize what 53 is?
53 is a copy of my prosecution guide, my report for the incident.
You wrote this?
Yes, sir.
At or around the time that the incident took place?
That's correct, sir.
I would ask that you use this to refresh your recollection, but please don't read out loud from it, okay?
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay, Sergeant. You were telling us about being dispatched out to this scene, this double homicide. Do you recall the location where this happened?
Looking at my supplement, it was 8631 Fairhaven.
Is that near the medical center?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And would that be within Bear County?
Yes, sir.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Sergeant, but I believe that you were the first homicide detective to make the scene that day.
Yes, sir.
So what are your duties as a homicide detective when you make a scene of a murder?
So usually when we arrive at a scene, obviously patrol's already been there. You know, they're the first responders to the scene, EMS if EMS is required. So they have the initial duty of securing the crime scene, any witnesses, if there's any witnesses, things like that. They've already cordoned off the area if anybody requires medical attention. So usually my first responsibility is to find out who's handling the case so I can get the initial details as far as kind of what happened, since obviously they were there, they received the call, and then try and identify the victims, try and determine if there's any witnesses, any kind of video evidence to kind of start the investigation, try and figure out what's going on.
When you first arrived at the scene, Sergeant, were you able to identify the officer, the patrol officer that was handling the case before you arrived?
Yeah, it was Officer Velez. He's the one I spoke to.
And at that point, when you arrived, did you sort of assume responsibility for that scene at that point?
Yes, so we're assigned cases on a rotating basis, so certain people are assigned the lead on the case. So I wasn't the lead on the case, but since I was there initially, I took the initial response of over the scene for homicide until the lead detective got there.
Do you recall, Sergeant, more or less, what time of the day this was?
It was when I woke up, since it was before I got work, it was probably about 6:30 in the morning, 7 in the morning, somewhere in that time frame. It was already daylight, I remember that.
Fair enough. So you say that you were about to go to work. Was this right as the shift started?
So we get called out, when you're a homicide detective, you're on call 24/7. So I was actually leaving home, getting ready to go to work when I got called out. So that's probably why I got there before detective duty, because it was closer to where I live than where he lives. So I responded from home to the scene.
Fair enough. So you were the first one, but you mentioned Detective Mark Duke.
Yes, sir.
Would he essentially become the handling detective of the homicide investigation?
Yeah, he was. From that day, he was the lead detective, yeah. I just happened to get there first.
Fair enough. So what did you do upon making the scene?
So the first thing I did is talk to the officer, and he kind of explained to me what they had gotten a call for and what was initially found once they arrived. So I was able to view the crime scene, the exterior, where the one victim was on the sidewalk in between the apartment buildings, and then they kind of walked me through where they had gone and located a male victim, but he had already been transported by EMS, so I didn't have to deal with it.
So let me ask you about that, sorry. When you first arrived, you said there was a victim on the outside, sort of like along the breezeway, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And was that the female victim?
Yes, sir.
And then the male victim had been found by officers where?
In an upstairs apartment in a bathroom.
Now let's talk about that, because I do see that your report says something about a bathroom. You never saw the victim, right? You told us he had been transported by EMS before you arrived.
That's correct.
So if the victim had been found on top of a bed by the first responding officers, would that surprise you?
Yes, sir. I never saw him. Yeah.
Fair enough. And there was no blood. The crime scene video and photographs already having been taken. Would it surprise you there was no blood or bodily matter, let's just call it that, in the bathroom?
No, I mean,
Okay.
yeah.
So it could be.
Yes.
Fair enough. That's a little bit of a mistake.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay. Did you also have the opportunity to sort of canvass the area and try to locate any witnesses?
Yes. So while I was waiting for the other detectives to arrive, since it's an apartment building, it's they're kind of close together. I just started knocking on doors, seeing if anybody had seen or heard anything, and try to determine if there was any witnesses to the offense.
So without telling us what anyone specifically said, in order to avoid hearsay, were you able to locate any witnesses that saw or heard anything that happened?
No, sir.
Fair enough. So like, for example, let me break it down. Did any witnesses that you spoke to report that they had heard gunshots?
No, sir.
Did any of them report that they had seen anybody running or anything along those lines?
No, sir.
Okay, so no suspects identified?
No suspects identified, sir.
And approximately how many doors did you knock on, Sergeant?
Probably about 7 or 8 doors.
And did you document that in your report?
Yes, sir.
Can you sort of give us the apartment numbers of the places you attempted to locate witnesses?
Yes, sir. I went to apartment 9017. It was empty. 9117. There was no answer. I went to 9211 and spoke to a gentleman who heard or saw nothing. 9318. The occupants they heard or didn't see anything. And 9316. They heard. They didn't hear or see anything. 9314. There was no response. 9313. They didn't hear or see anything, and 9111, they didn't hear or see anything.
So it sounds like you knocked and tried to find as many witnesses as you could in this case.
Yeah, initially, yes, sir. Yeah,
And unfortunately, no one had heard or seen anything.
That's correct, sir.
Of relevance.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Sergeant. The state will pass the witness round.
Didn't you speak to a woman that said her dog woke her up?
Yes, sir.
So you did speak to someone, right?
That's correct.
And I guess without going into what she said, she was not able to either say anything or give you anything that would be relevant to this case, right?
That's correct, sir.
And that would have been a Gabriela Esquivel.
That's correct, sir.
And she does not live here in San Antonio, does she?
That's correct.
Let me get back to what you just characterized as a mistake. Okay?
Yes, sir.
That Mr. Milanovich was found in the bathroom.
Yes, sir.
Where did you get that information?
From the officer, sir. Based on the report, that's where I got it from.
From one of the officers?
Yes, sir. Officer Velez. Yes, sir.
So that was officer that Velez says Milanovich found in the bathroom.
Yes, sir.
Did you go into the bathroom?
I do remember going into the scene, but I don't remember the specifics of like the apartment. Like, I know there was, I mean, since I was trying to identify witnesses, I didn't note the specifics of the scene because Detective Duke was coming out there. Yes, sir.
I understand that, but you were there on the second floor, right?
Yes, sir.
And you saw all the blood on the bed, right?
Yes, sir.
You saw blood on the walls, blood on the floor, and blood all over the apartment.
Yes, sir.
And I guess my question is simply this. Did you go into the bathroom?
I don't remember.
And I appreciate your response, okay?
Yes, sir.
Give me a second, I'm writing this down, okay? And if you had gone into the bathroom, you would have seen, as all the other evidence shows, nothing inordinate there, right?
That's correct.
Now, I believe you indicated that while you're working homicide, you're basically on 24/7.
During our work week, yes, that's correct, sir.
Yeah, I
Yes, sir.
understand. So it could be 7 o'clock in the morning, or it could be 11 o'clock at night. If you get called, you get called, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you get called, you have to go out there as soon as possible, right?
Yes, sir.
And you understand then that the lead detective on this was a Detective Duke, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I guess that's because his name was up next on the list.
Yes, sir. It's just a rotation.
But your bottom line, no one heard any gunshots?
That's correct.
No one saw anyone else?
That's correct.
Knocked on 7 or 8 doors?
Yes, sir.
And the only person that said anything is her dog woke her up. Because the dog had heard something?
The dog barking woke her up. Yes, sir.
And what apartment was she in?
She was in apartment 9115, sir.
Did she indicate that she had heard some kind of struggle?
Yes, sir.
Couldn't identify from where or what?
No, sir. She's going to identify the source.
That's the witness, Your Honor.
No further questions for the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, Sergeant. Release that.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, next witness.
Stay called Archie Hands.
Adjust your chair to where you're comfortable. Make sure you speak loud and clearly into the mic.
I swore you in this one.
Yes, ma'am.
May I proceed?
State your name for the jury, please.
Archie Ants.
And Mr. Hands, what do you do for a living?
I am retired.
Congrats.
Thank you.
How long have you been retired?
Just several months.
What did you do before you retired?
I was a crime scene investigator with San Antonio Police Department.
How long did you spend as a CSI with?
About 23 and a half years.
And as of November 30th, 2018, were you a licensed peace officer in the state of Texas?
No,
But you were a CSI for the San Antonio Police Department.
that's correct.
What kind of training does it take to become a crime scene investigator?
It's roughly 460 some odd hours. It was about 4 months worth of training through the crime scene unit itself.
And what kind of education did you have to get into that crime scene?
Had to have at least a bachelor's degree
Okay. What was your bachelor's in?
in criminal justice.
And what school?
I'm sorry, Wayland Baptist University.
Yes, sir. And after you were certified, so when were you first certified as a crime scene investigator?
Back in April 2000. I'm sorry, actually made it through the training. It was about midsummer of the year 2000.
Okay. So after you get certified, what kind of continuing training do you have to do?
We do periodic recurring training in special equipment. The job itself, if you want to call it continuous on-the-job training, just the variety of calls and the tasks involved in each one of those cases is just a refresher.
Was there a continuing certification requirement?
No, sir, other than just specialized equipment.
Understood. And over the course of your 23-year career, how many cases have you worked?
Actually worked, I can't even count, probably 12 to 1,500.
Okay.
And that's probably just very conservative.
So over 1,000 cases.
Oh, yes.
Were many of those homicide cases?
Quite a few.
Did you work a case for the San Antonio Police Department on November 30th, 2018?
Yes, sir, I did.
My apologies, that's September 30th.
Right.
All right. And how'd you come to be involved in that case?
I got dispatched to it.
Did you prepare a report right afterwards?
Yes, sir, I did.
Would it help your testimony today to have that report to be able to refresh your memory as required?
Yes, sir, it would.
Handing you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 54. Is that report?
Yes, sir.
All right. I will ask you not to read to the jury from it, but to just refer to it if you think you need it to help you remember something, okay?
Okay.
All right. So once you got involved in this case, what did you do first?
I first got informed by on-scene officers as to what they knew about the case. In addition to that, the laptop computers in our vehicles would normally have a small description of the charge and any comments that on-scene officers would make periodically onto the main key card on the computer. It kind of gave a synopsis of what they had there.
Okay. And that apartment, was it an apartment building that you responded to?
To a department building. It was an apartment complex, that's correct.
Was that complex located in Bexar County, Texas?
Yes, sir, it was.
What did you see when you first arrived on scene?
The body of a female victim in the middle of the courtyard.
Okay. And where did you go from there?
From there, I went and toured the inside of the house to get a synopsis of what the crime scene involved, to give me an idea of what equipment was going to be required, how much packaging, how basically pre-planning for that particular crime scene.
Okay. What did this crime scene call for?
Quite a bit. The collection of evidence, photography, videography, sketch.
Okay. And we've spoken today already to videographers and photographers. Who was it in this case who collected the evidence?
I did.
Okay. approach you with an envelope. Do you recognize this envelope?
It's not my original envelope, but I do recognize the evidence tags on it.
Okay. Would you be kind enough to open that envelope? Sure. And I brought you some scissors to help facilitate. Oh, and before we get started, I'm going to retrieve some gloves from the bailiff. My apologies. What exhibit is this? 10. Sir? Thank you. So we have 2 additional manila envelopes. Can you identify those, please?
Yes, sir. These are the envelopes that I use to package the evidence items in.
How do you know?
They have my name and my badge number and my, what we would call signature, my initials and my badge number.
Would you open them as well, please? And I will mark Can you hand me the... One moment. I'm going to mark this initial envelope with the 2 items in it. This states 54.
55.
55. And then the envelope you just opened, I'm going to mark as states 55A. And what did that contain?
It's contained a spent cartridge.
Okay. And where did that spent cartridge originate?
It was found upstairs in the bedroom on the floor near the bed.
Okay, did you collect that item from this scene?
Yes, sir, I did.
I'm going to ask you to return it to the manila folder. Thank you. And is it in substantially the same condition as it was when you located it in that bedroom?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to mark the second envelope, 55B. Okay. Would you open it, please, sir?
It is also a spent cartridge.
Okay. Did you also recover that from the bedroom?
Yes, sir, I did.
Please return it to the office. sir.
Those 55B.
Yes, sir. And I'm returning 55A and B into State's Exhibit 55. Now bringing you, what I'm going to mark as State 56. Identify that, please, sir.
Yes, so this is the packaging that I used for other evidence.
Okay. Would you open it, please? Could you identify that for the jury, please?
Yes, sir, it's a tire iron.
And where was that tire iron recovered?
This was recovered just outside the rear wall, the first floor of the apartment, near a window that appeared to have been tampered with and broken.
It's substantially the same condition as it was when you recovered it from just outside the apartment in this case.
Yes, sir, it is.
Please return it to its packaging. Sir? Not marked this bag. Would you please open it, sir? I retrieved 2 of these items. Would you return the rest of the bag, please, sir? Showing you now, what I'm marking as State's Exhibit 57. Identify that.
Yes, sir. This is also a package that I had sealed with evidence inside.
Will you open it, please? What is that, sir?
Okay, this is a loaded cartridge.
Okay.
And it was found on the floor upstairs in the bedroom near the footboard of the bed.
Is it in substantially the same condition as when you recovered it from the crime scene?
Yes, sir, it is.
Oh, and the loaded cartridge, it has a numbered evidence marker, as you can see there. What is the number there that's going to correspond to your report?
To my report, it's E6 for evidence item 6.
Yes, sir. And then State's Exhibit 55A, what's that number?
That's E7.
And State's Exhibit 55B?
E5.
The final item I have for you here, so State's Exhibit 58. Would you open that, please? Piece of packaging. What does that appear to be?
This is very similar to the type of applicators we use on gunshot residue tests.
And what is it marked on the back?
I'm sorry, there's possibly another piece of evidence in here.
Excellent. Does that appear to? What does that appear to be?
This looks like a piece of blue rubber glove.
Like the ones we're wearing?
Yes, sir.
Where was that located?
This was located also outside near the window, near where the tire iron was found.
Is it in substantially the same condition as when you collected it from the crime scene?
Yes, sir, it is.
When you were working this crime scene, in the downstairs, in addition to the broken window and the tire iron, did you observe any other signs of potential burglary?
Yes, sir. There were pry marks that I noticed on what appeared to be on a window frame.
Okay.
And there was a broken window pane.
In addition to the pry marks and the broken window pane and signs of forced entry, did you observe anything in that downstairs area consistent with burglary?
Seemed that the love seat was possibly pushed away from the inside of the window, and there were muddy tracks, possibly from shoes, on the couch or love seat, whichever it was.
Did any items appear to be opened or returned or missing?
It did look like somebody was searching for something. There was a piece of furniture with a cabinet door that was opened. There was a box that had been opened near it. There were contents on a dining room table where it appeared a vase or something had been poured out onto the dining room chair.
Did you attempt to take latent prints from any of the exhibits that I just showed you?
Yes, sir. The 2 spent cartridges and the loaded cartridge, I did attempt to try to get fingerprints off of those.
What steps did you take to try to get fingerprints off those?
I used black powder and brush.
Were you successful?
No, sir.
Attempted to get prints off of them, but they weren't.
That's correct.
Sir. After you left the crime scene, the apartment, did you do any other crime scene investigation in this case?
Yes, sir. Several days later, I was tasked to process one of 2 vehicles that were taken from the crime scene parking lot down to the 9th Street, what we call 9th Street Pound. It's our vehicle inspection processing building.
Which of the 2 vehicles did you take from the crime, or did you investigate that had come from the crime scene?
The Ford Mustang.
Who did the Ford Mustang belong to?
I believed it was the female victim.
What's her name?
Julia Chase Wright.
Showing you State's Exhibits 47, 48, and 49. You recognize these photographs?
Yes, sir, I did.
What do they depict?
These are photographs that I took in the processing stall over at 9th Street of both the exterior and the interior of the front passenger seat area of the vehicle.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the exterior and interior of Julia Wright's Ford Mustang from when you investigated in this case?
Yes, sir.
On the State Office, page 47, 48, and 49.
Mr. Ant, on State's Exhibit 49, there appears to be a document there. Are you able to identify that document?
Yes, sir.
Did you collect it?
Yes, sir, I did.
So it's somewhere in evidence?
Yes, sir.
Defense has no objection to 47, 48. We would object to 49. Hearsay, lack of proper authentication or foundation.
What's the response to 49?
The state will hold off on 49 this time.
Can I see 49, please?
Yes, sir.
All right, make it. Objection is sustained.
May I publish that? Mr. Hans, what's depicted here in States 47?
This is the Ford Mustang that I processed in the 9th Street pound.
What about here in States Exhibit 48?
This is a photograph of the front passenger seat taken just outside the door, which I had opened in order to get to take the photograph.
You can see that there's a document there on the front seat that you cannot read in this photograph.
That's correct.
And you want a marking as States Exhibit 59. Would you open this, please, sir? Okay, mark it. Without saying what those are those the same documents we see there in States Exhibit 58?
That's correct.
These documents contained in States Exhibit 59 were recovered from the front seat of Julia's car, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, are they in substantially the same condition as when you recovered?
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Hans,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you some questions. You and I have never met before on this case, correct?
That's correct.
You've met with the state before, I assume, on this case?
Yes, sir.
But now with George, you know.
Right.
I'm George, by the way. And earlier you told the jury that you are not a police officer, correct?
That's correct.
You are, I guess what we call a civilian?
Yes, sir. The crime scene unit for the San Antonio Police Department has both civilian crime scene investigators and sworn detectives working in the crime scene unit.
So you've never been a police officer?
None other than a military police officer in the Air Force. I retired from that before coming to San Antonio Police Department.
Never been a police officer with San Antonio?
That's correct.
And so you said that yes, you are a CSI technician?
Right, crime scene investigator.
As a crime scene investigator, how long were you a crime scene investigator?
For 23 and a half years before I retired from it.
And on September the 30th of 2018, I guess, were you the lead crime scene investigator?
That's correct.
Would it be fair to say that there are other evidence technicians there collecting evidence, assisting, correct?
Yes, sir.
But are you the one directing them?
Yes, sir. We are basically broken up geographically throughout the city. This particular case occurred in my geographical area, which typically, whosever area it was, would be the lead investigator that would designate the duties to the other crime scene investigators and/or detectives out at the scene.
Do you consult with the detective, or do you just make a decision on what to do and what to collect?
That's pretty much it. Everybody is searching for evidence, pointing out evidence, and then I'll make the decision whether it needs to be collected or not. A lot of times that's through referral of the on-scene homicide detective. But they pretty much point out the evidence, and I'm going around marking the evidence. Therefore, they can get started on the photography and videography and the sketching of such.
Earlier, I guess you told us that you had collected some of the evidence.
That's correct, sir.
I guess that those were some of the items that you were shown to us.
Yes, sir.
But those items would have been in the SAPD property room, correct?
That's correct.
So you did not collect them from the SAPD property room?
I did not.
Someone gave them to you?
Yes, sir. If I can clarify that, from the scene, I collected them. I put them in the property room. CSI Eric Roberson collected them today to bring them to the court.
But you did not collect it from the property room yourself?
No, sir, I did not.
Now, you told us earlier, I guess, that you had examined the Mustang?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
That would have been a few days later on October the 3rd?
That sounds correct.
Going through did you search the Mustang?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you find any paraphernalia?
I would have to refer to my report, which I don't have on me.
Do you have your report in front of you?
I do for the original crime scene, but not for the processing of the vehicle.
If I may approach?
Okay.
I guess I'll mark this as Defense Exhibit 1. Show it to you, take a look.
Thank you. Okay, yes, sir, there was some paraphernalia.
And that would be a couple pipes.
That's correct.
And did you also find some marijuana?
Suspected. I'm not qualified to say what it was until it gets to the lab, but it was a cigarette with green leafy substance in it.
Something that appeared to be a joint.
Yes, sir.
So you took a few pictures of the car,
Yes, sir.
and then it looks like the car was, I guess, had some damage to it. Pretty much the side, front. I guess the car in a little bit rough shape.
It wasn't in terrible shape. It just had some noticeable damage, dents, scrapes on it.
Now going back to September the 30th, when you were at the apartment complex, when you were in the apartment where you found some of the items, the shell casings,
Yes, sir.
did you do a thorough search of the apartment?
Yes, sir. In with assistance of my fellow CSIs who were training several of the UEDIs. I believe Detective Holyfield and Detective Caldera were trainees at the time under the direct supervision of CSI Lindsay Patton and CSI Juan Enriquez.
So there was a group of people looking for anything of value in the apartment?
That's correct.
No firearm was found?
None.
I guess more paraphernalia was found?
Yes, sir.
A glass pipe?
Yes, sir.
And then a bag of marijuana, or what appeared to be marijuana?
Yes, sir.
How many grams was that?
There were actually two, if I'm not mistaken, two bags, one with a smaller quantity of about 4 grams. The other one was a very large quantity, and that was at 426.4 grams.
So, I'm not a metric person, is that about a pound?
It looked to be at least a gallon-sized Ziploc bag. I mean, it was a pretty large amount.
Now there's, I guess inside the apartment, there's a fair amount of blood that's found, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And did you take swabs of certain blood samples?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you take swabs of every blood sample?
All that seemed consistent in the trail of blood that we found.
So fair to say, I guess you pick and choose where to swab.
That's correct.
I mean, there may be areas that, for whatever reason, you chose not to swab.
It was all pretty consistent to one main trail. If I had seen any significant separation between puddles of blood, so to speak, I would have taken obviously samples of that as well.
Do you recall specifically which areas you did swab?
Yes, sir. I started on the outside. The very first one was from the front porch of apartment 16. The next one was in the center sidewalk in the courtyard of the apartments, and then on the porch of the victim's apartment, number 18. Started from upstairs, working my way down. I took samples from a center step area of the first flight of stairs going down to the first landing.
Okay, this is inside the apartment.
Yes, sir. This is inside the apartment now.
So let's stay on the outside.
Okay.
Now.
Okay.
You did take swabs from, I guess, various locations outside the apartment?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what about the window that appeared broken? Did you take any DNA swabs from that area?
No DNA. No, sir. I was collecting the evidence at the time. We had Detective Caldera who was printing. It was pointed out that the window was broken. The individual had been there, or appeared to have been there.
I guess my question is, though, did you try to swab like the piece of glass that was on the ground?
No, sir, I did not.
What about the window frame? Did you try to swab any of the window frame?
No, sir, I did not.
What about the molding that was on the ground?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, and that would have been your decision not to do that?
Yes, sir, because it was being printed. If we go to swab, it will destroy fingerprint evidence. And swabbing is always, swabbing for DNA is somewhat of a hit and miss type evidence collection versus a fingerprint.
Do you know if you said the window and the molding, you checked for fingerprints, correct?
I did not.
But you found prints somewhere.
I did not find any prints anywhere. I searched evidence items E5, E7, and E6, which were the 2 spent shell casings and the loaded cartridge. I searched those for fingerprints with negative results. And I did so generally because I had collected that piece of evidence and processed it before I packaged it. Whereas Detective Caldera was responsible for fingerprinting the scene in addition to videotaping the scene.
But you would not have printed the outside of the window?
No, sir. I wasn't tasked with that. Detective Caldera was.
But after Caldera was done trying to print, you could have checked for DNA, right?
No, sir. He would have destroyed, well, he could have destroyed the DNA because the fingerprint powder that he's using at the time is already contaminated from other crime scenes. It's only at that point that we would have used a sterile jar of fingerprint powder and a sterile fingerprint powder brush, what we call once used or use once powder procedure. But I was not tasked to print that window, nor the frame, nor the molding. It was Detective Caldera's job to do that. I was collecting the physical evidence.
Well, I'm trying to understand that because, as I understand it, if you sort of like search for prints on the window or the molding, you sit there and you use the brush to see if you find anything, right? And if you don't find any prints, that DNA may or may not be there, still there, correct?
That's correct.
But no effort was made by you to try to collect to see if there might have been DNA somewhere.
You're correct, sir. But had he searched it with fingerprint powder, which he was intending to do while at the crime scene, his fingerprint powder might have contaminated any DNA.
Fingerprint powder doesn't make DNA go away.
But it can contaminate it depending on what the brush had touched before touching the powder. If the brush was contaminated, it contaminates the powder, and then that contaminated powder is then rubbed over an area.
Right. You're referring to cross-contamination.
Exactly.
Okay. But my question is whether or not there is, in terms of cross-contamination, what we're talking about is contamination, I guess, from someplace else, correct?
That's correct.
Right. But that doesn't change the fact that there was DNA still there. It's still going to be there, even if you use the brush from somewhere else.
That's correct.
And the point I'm trying to make, and I'm just going to move on from here, is you did not make any effort to try to get any DNA from the window or from the glass?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Or the frame?
That's correct.
In terms of inside the apartment, I'm sorry, still on the outside, you collect the gloves outside?
Yes, sir. There was a pair of gloves over by apartment 11 and some bushes that were pointed out to me when I first got to the scene. Near that window, next to where the tire iron was found, there was a piece of blue rubber glove that I collected. It was a torn piece of blue rubber glove.
try to get any prints from the gloves?
No, sir.
How about DNA from the gloves?
When it was submitted, I believe the investigating detective, homicide detective, submitted it for DNA testing.
But you didn't check it for prints?
We can't pull fingerprint off of rubber, not like that. It's a latex glove.
Fair to say you didn't try?
That's correct.
And the tire iron, did you try to print the tire iron?
No, sir, because it was rusted, and I knew through experience of looking at the condition of it, it was too rough of a texture to try to get a fingerprint. I did, however, swab it for DNA.
But my question is, you did not attempt to print the tire iron?
That's correct.
All right, back to inside the apartment, collected some swab samples and I guess some, the bedding?
Yes, sir.
And a phone as well?
Yes, sir. There were 3 phones near the bed on the floor.
Do you know if those phones were submitted for any type of forensic review?
I have no idea. I just submitted them to the property room. The investigating homicide detective would have furthered the investigation by sending them for further examination.
I guess what appears, what could be a shoe print. Did you collect that cushion?
No, sir. I believe it was photographed.
Okay, but you did not actually collect it?
That's correct. It didn't appear to be a shoe print. It appeared to be, what I recall, traces that probably came from a shoe, but it was more of a mud smear, dirt smear. It wasn't. I couldn't look at it and say that's a shoe print.
So I guess as the lead CSI person, you made the decision not to collect it?
That's correct.
Now, the live round that you collected, that was a 9mm?
Yes, sir.
And the box of ammo that was collected, that would have been a .380.
Those were 380s.
Two different ammunitions.
Yes, sir.
I pass you over. What are you ready, John? Mr. Ishimoto just asked you about the cartridges that you collected.
Yes, sir.
Were you able to determine a manufacturer for those individual cartridges?
For the two spent shell casings, they were both Hornady 9mm Lugers. The loaded cartridge, it was an unknown brand 9mm Luger. There are thousands of manufacturers of ammunition. Some of them are from foreign countries, and it's hard to even try to read their language or what they say on them.
But the loaded cartridge was not a Hornady.
That's correct, to the best of my knowledge.
And the box of ammunition you found next to the bed, was that Hornady or another manufacturer?
Yes, sir. That was a box of Winchester PDX-1 Defender 380 Auto 95 grain ammo.
So
And
the only two Hornady shell casings you found were the two spent shell casings.
that's correct.
Nothing further.
Cross?
I think earlier I asked you about there's marijuana in the car, there's marijuana in the apartment. But there was some marijuana out in the patio. You remember if there was?
Yes, sir. On the upstairs second floor balcony.
Fair to say, I guess there's marijuana fairly common throughout.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Hornady, you said the 2 rounds spent shell casings were Hornady.
That's correct.
It's a common ammunition.
Yes, sir. It is.
And the one live round, you said you just don't know what it is.
Right.
Pass the witness.
Nothing further.
All right, will you be excused?
No objection.
Thank you, you may step down. We're going to take our afternoon break, so we remain under the same instructions. 15-minute break.
All right, for the jury, please leave your notepads in the chair.
may be seated. State, call your next witness.
State calls Officer Eric Robertson.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You may proceed. The witness has been sworn.
State your name to the jury, please.
My name is Eric Robertson.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a crime scene investigator for the San Antonio Police Department.
How long have you been a CSI for San Antonio?
13, almost 14 years.
And this morning, did you go to the San Antonio Police Department evidence locker and retrieve some items?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 55. Have you seen that before?
Yes, sir.
Did you bring that from the San Antonio Police Department evidence room to the courtroom this morning?
Yes, sir.
The State offers State's Exhibit 55, 55A, and 55B.
No objections, Your Honor.
States 55, 55A, and 55B are admitted.
Showing you carefully what I marked as State's Exhibit 56.
Yes, sir. I recognize that.
Okay. Did you retrieve this item from the San Antonio Police Department this morning and bring it to court today?
Yes, sir.
The State offers State's Exhibit 56.
No objections, Your Honor.
State 56 is admitted.
Showing you what I've marked here as State's Exhibits 58 and 57. Hold those, please. Do those correspond to item numbers and case numbers that are present on this bag?
Yes, sir.
Did you retrieve this bag from the San Antonio Police Department this morning and bring it to court today?
Yes, sir.
I didn't ask this on the prior two exhibits, but was this and both of those exhibits sealed when you picked them up this morning?
Yes, sir.
On State offers State's Exhibits 57 and 58.
Judge, we have no objection to 58. With respect to 57, if we could hold off until the other cartridges are admitted. I'm sorry, they already have been admitted. Sorry. May I take the witness on board there?
On 57?
On 57 and 55, Your Honor.
55 is already admitted.
Yes, Your Honor, I
Okay.
understand.
So you're going to voir dire the witness on 57, 58, if you have no objection, right?
Not on 58, Judge.
58 is admitted, you may voir dire the witness on 57.
You understand that in 57 there is a live cartridge, correct?
Is that what the label says? The
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Maybe I'll just show it to you instead.
Yes, sir. It would be a live cartridge.
Live cartridge. And this is from some brand or origin that we don't know where it's made, right?
I have no idea. I don't have any information on the live cartridge.
And that's different than the cartridges that were admitted in 55?
I have no idea about those either.
Judge, we'll go ahead and admit 57.
57 is admitted.
Finally, showing you what I marked as State's Exhibit 59. You recognize this envelope?
Yes, sir.
Did you retrieve that from the San Antonio Police Department this morning and bring it to court today?
Yes, sir.
Once again, was this envelope sealed when you picked it up this morning?
Yes, sir.
State Officer Exhibit 59.
No objections, Your Honor.
State 59 is admitted.
In addition to bringing some evidence to court today, did you do any investigation on this case back on September 30th of 2018?
Yes, sir.
And where did you respond, or where were you dispatched to in relation to this case?
It's in my report, but I believe it was University Hospital.
Okay. Why did you go to University Hospital?
I was requested to photograph a John Doe and collect a gunshot residue kit also from John Doe.
Okay. Did you photograph that individual?
Yes, sir.
And did you collect that gunshot residue kit?
Yes, sir.
Showing you a photograph marked State's Exhibit 60. Does this photograph fairly and accurately depict what that individual looked like at University Hospital when you saw him?
Yes.
For your inspection.
Did you later identify the individual who you referenced as John Doe at University Hospital?
I did not.
Was he transported to University Hospital from the primary location involved in this incident?
I would assume so, yes.
Pass the witness.
All you did was administer the GSR test to him at the hospital
And photograph him, yes, sir.
and photograph him?
Yes, sir.
That's all you did?
Correct.
That's the witness, Your Honor.
Nothing further.
Okay. May he be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Are you next witness?
Your Honor, the state calls Edward Wallace.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
There is also an order prohibiting the viewing of the live stream coverage of this trial, so once you're finished, you're also prohibited from doing that.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
You can adjust your chairs.
you say your name for the jury, please?
My name is Edward Wallace. I'm employed as the forensic scientist supervisor in the firearms section of the Bexar County Criminal Investigation Laboratory.
Okay, so how long have you done firearms forensics?
Almost 27 years.
What does it take to get into that line of work?
In order to become a forensic firearms examiner, you have to complete a 2-year training program, specifically in the discipline of forensic firearm identification. Most labs these days also require a bachelor's degree in a science in order to be hired into that position. Throughout the rest of your career and training, you're going to go through more training programs, attend lectures, other classes in order to maintain your proficiency in the discipline.
Does it require certification?
Yes, the state of Texas requires that all forensic analysts are licensed by the state of Texas.
Was your license up to date on November 9th of 2018?
It actually wasn't required in 2018, but it is required now.
Okay. Well, were you working as a firearms forensics analyst back in November of 2018?
Yes, I was.
What does a firearm forensic analyst do?
My main duties as a forensic firearms examiner are the examination of firearms that are recovered in conjunction with criminal occurrences in order to determine if they're functioning correctly, if they're capable of firing, if they've been modified in any way, if the safety features work correctly. We also examine fired and unfired ammunition components such as cartridge cases and bullets to determine what kind of gun may have been used to fire them or if they were fired in a specific firearm.
And when you compare spent cartridges to one another, what are you able to determine?
We're able to determine what caliber firearm may have been used to fire them, sometimes what make and model of firearm was used to fire them, and whether or not they were fired in the same firearm or different firearms.
How do you do that?
We microscopically examine them, looking for various characteristic features left on the fired ammunition components by the gun that was used to fire them. Certain elements of the gun have different shapes or different characteristics that we can use to determine the make and model of the gun. But during the firing process, individual marks from that one firearm will be impressed upon the cartridge cases or bullets that are fired in it, and they will be repeatable to that one gun. So if we have a gun, we can compare fired cartridge cases to that gun, and without a gun, we can compare them to each other and see if they were fired in the same gun.
What sort of equipment do you use to do that analysis?
We use a piece of equipment known as a comparison microscope, which is like having two microscopes joined together with what's known as an optical bridge. Allows us to look at two objects at the same time under the same level of magnification with the same lighting characteristics, and we can manipulate those and look at the marks that had been left on that fired cartridge case or bullet by the gun that they were fired in, and when we see sufficient correspondence of the marks on those two objects, we can determine that they were fired in the same gun.
Those techniques and procedures that you described to the jury, are those accepted by the forensic community as accurate?
Yes, they are.
And over the course of your 27-year career, how many cases would you say you've worked on?
I really don't know. It's several thousand.
Many thousand?
Yes.
Okay. And have a fair number of those cases gone to trial?
Yes.
So have you testified before?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified as an expert in firearms analysis?
Yes.
Have you done that a few times or many times?
This is number 203.
203. All right. I'm going to show you. I'm going to grab you some gloves. I'm going to show you what I previously marked as State's Exhibit 55. Please put on these gloves. Will you reach into 55 and retrieve items 55A and 55B?
You want me to pull the actual items out? So this is contained in 55A. It's a fired 9mm caliber cartridge case. And 55B is a second fired 9mm caliber cartridge case.
Does it say the manufacturer on those cartridges?
Yes, they are both Hornady brand.
Have you seen those items before?
Yes, I have.
And what did you do testing on?
Yes, I did.
What kind of testing did you do?
I carried out a microscopic comparison between these two fired cartridge cases in the manner that I described with the comparison microscope.
And when you do that sort of testing, do you produce a report from it?
Yes.
You want to mark the State Exhibit 61. Is that report?
Yes, that's a copy of the report that I prepared after my examination of these items of evidence.
Yes, sir. Of those two spent shell cases?
Yes.
And we talked about the techniques and procedures that you used earlier as being accepted by the forensic community. Did you apply them properly in this case?
Yes, I did.
Was all of your equipment in proper working order?
Yes, it was.
State offer State Exhibit 61.
We have no objection.
State 61 is admitted.
Based on your analysis in this case, what conclusions were you able to reach about those two shell cases?
After I carried out the microscopic comparison between these two fired cartridge cases, I was able to determine they had both been fired in the same firearm.
Were you able to conclude what type of firearm that was?
Not in this case, no.
Why not?
The types of marks were quite generic, common to a large number of different types of guns. Some guns have very characteristic different elements to them that allow us to be able to determine a make and model. In this case, there are a large number of guns that would leave similar marks to this particular gun that was used to fire these two cartridge cases. So I can determine that they were both fired in one gun, I just don't know what kind it was.
If you had a gun to compare them to, would you be able to conclude whether that gun had fired them or not?
Yes.
But absent that firearm, in this case, are you able to make that conclusion?
No.
That's the way it is.
Mr. Wallace, how are you today?
I'm very well, thank you.
You and I have never spoken about this case, have we?
No, we have not.
Never spoken with Mr. Ishimoto either.
No, I haven't.
And your job in this case is to analyze firearms and other evidence such as bullets.
Any firearms related evidence that would be submitted to the lab, yes.
Now, you indicated that you've been doing this for 27 years.
Yes, that's correct.
Does SAPD require firearms experts to have the bachelor's degree?
I'm not employed by SAPD, I'm employed by Bexar County.
I'm sorry, my mistake.
But yes, Bexar County does require firearms analysts and other forensic examiners to have a bachelor's degree.
And I assume you have that.
Yes, I do.
Do you have any degrees that are postgraduate?
Yes, I have a master's degree in forensic science.
And where was that master's from?
The University of Strathclyde in Glasgow, Scotland.
From Scotland?
Yes, I am.
Now, you indicated that back when you did the analysis, the state did not require certification.
That's correct. The state didn't require licensing at that point in time.
And now the state does require certification.
Yes.
And I assume, of course, that you are so certified.
Yes, I am.
Who gives the certification approval?
The Texas Forensic Science Commission.
Now, indicating your examination of the two casings in 55A and 55B. First thing, you're trying to decide whether they're fired from the same weapon.
The first thing I would try and do is determine if they could have been fired from the same gun based on the caliber and other characteristics I can observe on the cartridge cases, either visually or through a low-powered microscope. The next step, if they still have similar markings at that stage, would be to carry out the comparison on the comparison microscope.
Right. Now, you indicated that they were fired from the same gun.
Yes.
But you cannot determine the actual make or model of the gun that fired them.
That's correct.
And that's because a lot of 9mm semi-automatic weapons are basically built the same way, right?
Yes, they are very similar.
Okay. And one of the things you're looking for microscopically is to decide whether the impact of the firing pin is similar in both.
That's one of the characteristics we can use, yes.
And did you do so in this case?
In this case, I was able to determine they'd been fired in the same gun because of marks left by what's known as the breech face of the gun, which supports the back of the cartridge case during the firing process. So I didn't have to look at the firing pin specifically, but that's one of the areas that we can look at, yes.
So firing pin is one area, the breech markings is another area.
Yes.
Is there any other areas?
Yes, there's what's known as the extractor mark or ejector mark, which are produced during the cycling of the gun. With a semi-automatic, the gun will reload itself, so it will pull the fired cartridge case out of the chamber, which is the extraction process, and then it will throw the cartridge case out of the gun, which is the ejection process, and both of those can leave marks on the cartridge case that can be identified back to the gun that produced them, as well as what are known as chamber marks, which are on the outside of the cartridge case. When the cartridge is fired, the cartridge case expands, and that allows the bullet to be released into the barrel and to travel down the barrel. But that also means any imperfections from the manufacture of the chamber of the gun can be impressed on the outside of the cartridge case. And then also during the extraction process, the outside of the cartridge case can be scratched by various parts of the gun. And all of those can be unique features that are imparted by the gun onto the cartridge case during firing.
Assume that I have a 9mm semi-automatic weapon, okay? And I load it with live bullets, okay? When I fire the gun, there's a tremendous amount of heat applied at the point of firing.
Yes.
And is it that heat that helps the markings on the bullets be identical?
No, it's not the heat as much as the mechanical interaction between the cartridge case or the bullet and the other working surfaces of the gun during the firing process.
Now, when you did your analysis, you only looked at the two fired cartridges, 55A and 55B, correct?
Yes, that was all that was submitted to me at that point in time.
You did not look at an unused bullet that was also collected by CSI, did you?
Not at that time, no.
And do you know why you were not asked to look at that?
No, I do not.
So basically, you were told, please analyze these, and that's all you did?
That was all of the evidence that was submitted to me at the time, and I was asked to compare those to see if they were fired in the same gun.
I understand. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
You have those two cartridges in front of you?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 57. Do you recognize what that is?
Is an unfired 9mm caliber cartridge.
Okay. And can you tell by the printing on the butt end of the cartridge as to who made that?
Appears to have a head stamp used by Browning.
Used by Browning. Is that a different 9mm cartridge than the ones contained in 55A and 55B?
Yes, it's a different brand of ammunition.
In other words, manufactured by a different manufacturer and different from 55A and 55B?
Yes.
Thank you. And do you know why you were not asked to examine that particular exhibit?
No, I do not.
Now, in addition to doing the examination that you did, and that was done in November of 2018, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You also create a report, did you not?
Yes.
And that report is entered in the Integrated Ballistic Information Network, correct?
The NIBIN entry, or the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network, is actually carried out by law enforcement, SAPD, or the Sheriff's Office, depending on which agency is investigating the particular case. We do not have any interaction with that
I understand.
database.
And the whole idea of that is basically to create a national register. For example, if a gun is used for a homicide in Dallas and then used for another homicide in Los Angeles, those can be related one to another.
Yes, it's not a registry as much as an investigative database.
Right. It's sort of like registering, I'll withdraw the question. So it wasn't you personally who put it in the NIBIN, it was the police?
That's correct, yes. I don't know.
So you assume it was supposed to get done, you don't know if they did it or not?
I wouldn't assume that it was supposed to be done, but I certainly don't know if it was. When we receive evidence that has been currently, there's usually a sticker on the outer packaging, but that's a relatively recent development, so in 2018, I'm not sure what the policy was.
And this is the 203rd case you've testified in?
That's correct, yes.
That's the witness.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May he be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Wallace, thank you. You may sit down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Call your next witness, David.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state would call Valerie Rocha to the stand.
Thank you.
Can I see the attorneys if you want?
Yes.
to clear all this up. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Left hand's right now.
Yes.
Okay. Did the state tell you that there is an order prohibiting you from watching the live stream of this case? Yes, you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you understand any violations of that order that be a problem?
Yes.
If you need a break or anything during the time that you're testifying, just let me know.
Okay.
State, you may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court.
If you can adjust your chair and bring the mic here. Speak loudly into the mic.
Good afternoon, Ms. Rocha.
Good afternoon.
Would you kindly introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
I'm Valerie Rocha.
Ms. Rocha, I realize that you're pretty soft-spoken. If I could ask you to speak into the microphone just to make sure that everybody hears.
I'm Valerie Rocha.
Perfect. And most importantly of all, the lady that is in front of you, she's taking the record, writing down everything everybody says, so it's important that she hears you, okay?
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Rocha, can you tell us how old you are, ma'am?
30.
30, okay. How long have you lived in Bexar County?
Since I was 12, I guess.
Okay, so fair to say that you were living in Bexar County on September 30th of 2019.
Yes.
Do you recall where you were living around September 30th of 2018?
In an apartment complex in the medical area.
Do you remember what the apartment complex was called?
I do not.
Fair enough. If I were to say to you that it was called the Canyon or Sonoma Canyon apartment complex, would you have any reason to doubt that?
No.
Okay. And you told us that that was located near the medical center?
Yes, medical area.
Would that be around the intersection of Fairhaven and Medical Drive?
I guess so.
Okay. And is that in Bexar County, Texas, to your knowledge?
Yes.
Ms. Rocha, let me ask you this question. Did you want to be here today?
No.
Fair enough. So why are you here today?
Because I got a court order that I had to be here.
Fair enough. What is or was your relationship to the defendant in this case, Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez?
He was my boyfriend.
And you say was, so you're no longer together with him. When is the last time? Oh, I'm sorry. That I saw you shake your head no.
Oh,
I'm going to need a verbal response. Again, remember the record.
No.
Okay. When is the last time that you had any relationship with Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez?
What do you mean by that?
In other words, let's start. When did you stop dating?
When did I stop?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't recall the exact date.
Okay. Would you say it was several years ago? Yesterday? Any sort of guesstimation that you can make?
Years ago.
Okay. Have you? When was the last time you spoke to Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez?
A couple of days ago.
A couple of days ago. And that would have been through a jail call?
Yes.
Fair enough. So safe to say that you're still in contact with Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez?
Yes.
Okay, now you told us that you dated at one point in time with Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez. On September 30th of 2018, how would you describe your relationship?
We were living together.
Okay, so you were dating and he was living with you at that address on Medical Drive.
Yes, we were serious.
Okay. Do you recall, Ms. Rocha, talking to a detective in relation to an investigation over something that happened at that apartment complex?
Yes.
And was that detective named Mark Duke?
I just remember Duke, but yes.
Fair enough. I think you've also had the opportunity to rewatch that interview that you had with Detective Duke to refresh your recollection. Fair to say?
Fair to say.
Now, prior to today, ma'am, you and I had never met in person. Is that fair?
Correct.
I think we spoke over the phones maybe one time.
Correct.
And that might have been maybe like a month ago.
Yeah.
Okay. And you had that opportunity to review the video and refresh what you told Detective Duke.
Correct.
Okay. So you told us that you and Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez were living at that apartment complex on September 30th of 2018. Do you remember what happened the night before?
No.
Do you remember telling Detective Duke something about Netflix?
I mean, I remember telling him that our bedtime ritual was watching Netflix and going to sleep to it.
Okay. So if you had told Detective Duke that that's what you and Mr. Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez had done that night, watched Netflix and then gone to bed, would that be a fair characterization of what you told him?
Yeah, because that was our ritual.
Fair enough. So you and Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez on September 30th of 2018 went to bed together at night.
Yes.
Or I'm sorry, of the 29th. At night together, went to sleep.
We go to bed together all the time.
Okay. Did you at some point, during the night or in the morning, realize that Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez was no longer in bed with you?
Not until the morning.
Okay. Was he there with you in the morning?
No, that's when I realized that he wasn't there with me.
Fair enough. Did you know where he was?
No.
Were you able to learn where he was?
Yes.
How?
By a conversation we had on the phone.
Okay. Where? When you say we had, who are you referring to?
Jilson.
Okay. So when you talked to the defendant on the phone, where did he tell you he was at that morning?
Just at a friend's house.
Overruled.
You may answer.
At a friend's house.
At a friend's house. Okay. But he was not with you.
No.
When is the next time that you saw Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez on September 30th of 2018?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes, ma'am. When is the next time? So you wake up,
Mhm.
he's not there. You find out that he's at a friend's house.
Mm-hmm.
This is on September 30th of 2018.
Mm-hmm.
When did you next see him that day?
That same morning?
That same morning. About how long after?
Not too long.
Did he bring anything with him?
I can't remember.
Do you remember if he brought breakfast, for example?
No, I'm sorry, I can't remember.
Okay, not to worry. So without getting into the details, don't tell us why or if you know or anything along those lines, but was Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez detained by law enforcement at some point while you were still dating?
At some point, yeah.
Okay, and again, don't tell me why, just if you know that he was detained. Okay. Was your contact with Detective Mark Duke of the San Antonio Police Department after Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez had been detained?
Yes.
Do you recall about how many times you met with Detective Duke?
Off the top of my head, probably once that I remember.
Once that you remember. Could it have been more than one time?
Possibly.
Okay. Do you remember if members of the San Antonio Police Department, to include Mark Duke, the detective, ever searched your apartment?
I know him and a colleague of his was there with me when they were looking around the apartment.
And did you grant them or give them permission to do so?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember them coming back a little bit later on and conducting a second search of the apartment?
No, I don't recall.
If that had taken place, would it surprise you?
I don't know.
Fair enough. Let me try to narrow it down for your recollection, Ms. Wilson. Do you remember if the second time that they came to search your apartment, they were looking for specifically a black and silver lockbox?
I know that was one of the things they got.
Fair enough. So you know that they did recover a black and silver lockbox.
Yes.
And I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Rocha, that they located it next to a dryer or a washing machine.
That's what I was told.
Fair enough. Ms. Rocha, did you ever know Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez to own any firearms?
Judge, may we approach?
Yes.
Right, so Ms. Rocha, I believe you can answer the question. And the question was, did you know if Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez, I can even narrow it down for you, around the time of September 30th of 2018 or shortly there before, owned any firearms?
No, I don't recall, but that video, said I did. So.
Right, and you're referring to the video that you used to refresh your recollection, correct?
Correct.
That being the video of you giving that interview to Detective Duke at the time, closer in time to this offense, right?
Correct, but I don't recall.
Fair enough. So let me ask you this, Ms. Rocha. I know it's been a number of years since that interview took place and since this incident took place. Would it be fair to say that your memory at that time of the events would have been clearer than it is today, several years after the fact?
Possibly.
Possibly. So if you told Detective Duke in that interview that you recalled something about a firearm, would that be fair to say?
Could be fair.
And what did you tell Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez regarding that firearm?
We previously had a conversation about things that we were allowed to have in the home due to my probation.
Well, let me stop you there, Ms. Rocha. Let me just ask it this way. Did you want Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez to have a firearm in your apartment?
No.
And you told him that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if when Detective Duke and his partner, or whoever was with him, went to search the apartment the first time, if they were able to locate any ammunition for a firearm?
Yeah.
And yes, they were able to?
I think so.
Okay. And would that ammunition that the police recovered, would that have been yours or Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez's?
Not mine.
Not yours. Okay. Do you know if the police were also able to locate a firearm holster? That is to say, a device that is used to hold a firearm.
Yeah.
Were they able to?
Yeah, they took a picture with it.
But no firearm, right?
No.
Okay. And did that holster belong to you or the defendant in this case, Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez?
It didn't belong to me, but I couldn't say if it belonged to him either.
Fair enough, but not yours.
Correct.
Now, at that time, Ms. Rocha, were you and Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez the only people living in your apartment?
Yes, we were.
Okay. So presumably, if it didn't belong to you, process of elimination, it must have belonged to him, right?
Correct.
Ms. Rosa, I want to try to show you something. You may or may not be able to recognize it, but let me ask you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Ms. Rosa, let me show you what has been marked for identification purposes at State's Exhibit number 62. Would you kindly take a look at State 62 and tell me if you recognize it?
It looks like the outline of the apartments.
Outline of the apartments. And by the apartments, do you mean the apartments that you and Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez would have been living at on September 30th of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to recognize, more or less, where it is that you guys were living?
I'm assuming the blue highlighted part.
And would that be this area here?
Yes.
If I remember correctly, I don't believe that was the side of the apartment we ever lived on. Because we would come in through like this area. So I'm not sure if it's this side or this side, but we would come in through one of the sides.
Okay, so general vicinity, and it was number 12? You just don't remember if it was this 12 or that 12?
No. I don't remember if it was this aisle or this aisle, but it had to have been on this side, one of these.
Okay, but you were living in that vicinity?
Like I said, I don't remember on which one, but it would have been on this side of the map, and it would have been on either this aisle right here or this aisle right here.
Okay, and what about this area down here on the bottom right? Do you recognize what that is?
No.
Okay. There you go, Ms. Rhodes. Okay, thank you, Ms. Rocha. The state will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Rocha, you indicated in earlier testimony that you didn't want any guns in the house where you live, correct?
Correct.
That's
Correct.
because you're on probation?
Yes, I was.
At that time you were?
Yes.
Are you on probation now?
No.
And that was a felony probation?
It was a, I can't remember. Adjudication?
Sorry?
Adjudication?
A deferred adjudication?
Yes, deferred adjudication.
Okay, but do you know what offense you were on probation for?
Not really.
Not really?
No.
That was in another county, correct?
Yes.
And that was in what, Atascosa County?
Yes.
And you know, of course, that prior to preparing for trial, the state has to give me evidence or indication of someone's prior criminal history. You may not have known that, but if I tell you that, would you accept that?
I would believe it.
Sorry?
I would believe it.
Okay. And do you understand that in this case, in Atascosa County, you were charged with money laundering?
Yes.
And how long of a probation did you get?
5 years.
So in 2018, you were on it, but now you're finished with it.
Correct.
And I assume you finished it satisfactorily.
Correct.
To avoid the conviction being on your record.
Correct.
Okay, let's go back, if we can, please, Ms. Rocha. When did you meet the defendant, Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez?
I can't remember.
Avelar-Rodriguez, sorry.
I can't remember the exact date.
Well, it was prior to September of 2018, right?
Correct.
And at some point, you allowed him to move in and live in your apartment.
We both decided to move in together.
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you.
We both decided to move in together.
Well, and when you got the apartment, was the apartment only in your name or in both your names?
Only my name.
Just your name, right?
Yes.
And I assume you were able to get the apartment because you were working at the time.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you indicated that your normal activity at night was you both get in bed and you watch Netflix.
Correct.
You don't recall having done that on the 29th of September, do you?
Like I said, it was a virtual thing that we did. So most likely that's what we would have been doing.
And you both went to sleep?
Yes.
And then it was only the next morning when you discovered he was not there.
Correct.
Now, you also indicated that you and the defendant had a phone conversation a few days ago?
Yes.
Kept in contact with him?
Yes.
Did you tell him that you were going to be truthful here with everything you say?
Yes.
Yes?
We really didn't talk about this though.
Didn't talk about the case?
No, we try to keep it personal.
What's the nature of your personal relationship with the defendant now?
I mean, he knows I still love him, but we just can't be together.
And I assume you told him that on the phone recently, that you still love him?
I mean, he's been knowing.
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you.
He's been knowing.
And I assume he's indicated to you that he loves you as well?
Yes.
Now, earlier you indicated that you met Detective Duke one time,
That I can recall,
but maybe more.
possibly.
And what happened in the first search of your house?
I couldn't say, I can't remember.
What happened in the second search of your house?
Again, it's been too long, I can't remember.
When the police searched your house, did you sign a consent to search form?
I probably did, only because I was on probation.
So you think you probably said, I'm going to give you permission to search my residence?
I do remember that he asked. I don't remember if I signed one or not.
It was in the second search when they found the box, correct?
I couldn't tell you if it was the first one or the second one.
And at some point, did you tell Detective Duke that before he searched, you wanted to put away your sex toys?
Correct.
In fact, you were hiding the box, right?
No.
When they found the ammunition, where did they find that?
I can't remember.
When they found the holster, where did they find that?
I don't know.
When did you meet with Detective Duke to give him a verbal statement?
I didn't meet up with him. He picked me up from work.
But he took you somewhere when he picked you up, right?
Yes.
In fact, he took you to the police station, right?
Yes.
They put you in a small room, correct?
That I can remember.
And at that point, you spoke with him, right?
Yes.
If I suggested to you that was in December of 2018, would that sort of refresh your memory?
No, I wouldn't remember when exactly.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
No, I would not remember the exact same date.
Okay. When you woke up that morning and the defendant was not there, did you hear a lot of commotion at the apartments?
I did not hear that I can recall.
I'm sorry?
Not that I heard that I could recall.
Okay. When you went outside, did you see any policemen or any fire vehicles or things like that?
I didn't go outside. I saw it out the window.
You crawled out the window?
No, I saw it out the window. I didn't go outside.
Explain that to me, I'm not sure I understand you.
She saw it from the window.
So the apartment,
I'm having some trouble hearing her a little bit.
Ma'am, if you can lean in to the microphone.
You saw it out the window.
correct. So the way that the apartment was, the door, they had a balcony on top of the door, and they were like little cubes, I guess you could say. So the doors were opposite, against each other. So the first apartment, the door would be on the opposite side. Then my apartment would be next, the door would be on the opposite side, and so on and so forth. So on the window, I would see to the right side, and the door was on the left side.
And did you wonder what all those policemen were doing there?
Of course, everybody wonders.
Did you wonder, though? That's what the question was.
I was curious.
Okay. And what did you find out?
Nothing much. I mean, I just saw that there was a fire truck, ambulance, cop cars, but I didn't know about anything.
Isn't it a fact that you told the detectives that you saw a defendant with a gun?
I'm sorry?
Isn't it a fact that you told the detectives that you had seen this defendant with a gun?
No.
Did you talk to the detectives about the defendant owning a prescription bottle?
They asked me if I knew anything about it,
What did you tell them?
that I didn't know.
Now, you were a little bit uncomfortable having the police search your apartment, right? Because they had vandalized your parents' house?
Yes.
So, on the morning of the 30th, did you go to work?
I can't remember.
Can't remember your sister taking you to work?
On the 30th? No, I couldn't say.
Did the police ask you to take a polygraph exam?
I can't remember.
At that time that you and Jilson were living in that apartment, was he working?
Yes.
And did he contribute to the rent and the expenses of the house?
Yes.
Did the police ask you whether he committed these murders?
I can't remember.
Did the police search your vehicle?
Yes.
Did they find anything there?
I don't recall.
Police told you that they believed it was him that had committed these murders, right?
I mean, I guess they made it seem like he did, but I can't remember if they told me straight up.
How often have you been speaking with the defendant?
Whenever he calls,
Have you placed money in his account at where he's at to call you?
I haven't been able to lately, no.
But you have in the past.
In the past, yes.
Gone to visit him?
No.
I guess I have one last question. Assume that this case went away right here and now, okay? Would you go back to him?
Probably.
That's the witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Briefly on redirect. Ms. Rocha. Mr. Schaefer was asking you about the lockbox and hiding it away or what have you. Did you even know the lockbox was there?
No.
Did you know the victims in this case, Julia Wright or Nicholas Milanovich?
No.
Had you ever had any dealings with them?
No, I never talked to anybody in the apartment complex.
Fair enough. Did you know anything about them prior to today, let's say?
No.
Okay. Now, Mr. Schaefer was asking you about the being driven to work by your sister. And I think, let me ask you this. What was the car situation between you and the defendant in this case, Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez, on September 30th of 2018?
I mean, we always shared a car.
Shared a car. Okay, so fair to say, or let me ask, did Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez own a car?
When I met him, yes.
When you met him. What about on September 30th of 2018?
I would say no. We were using my vehicle.
No. Okay, so you were kind of sharing your car.
Yes.
Now, you told the jury that Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez, when you woke up, was gone, right?
Right.
So if you had to go to work on September 30th of 2021, you would not have had your vehicle. Fair to say?
Fair to say.
So then you would have needed someone to pick you up and take you to work, potentially your sister, right?
Correct.
Could that have been part of the reason why you tried to find out where he was on September 30th of 2021? To see where the car was?
Probably.
And that's something that Jilson Avelar-Rodriguez would have known, right? That you were supposed to go to work that next morning for him not to take the car, correct?
I mean, yeah, he would know if I worked or not.
Right, so he would have known if you were working or not, and if he knew you were working, probably shouldn't have taken the car, right?
Right.
Excuse me, you're getting years confused. One was 2019.
Hang on. We'll talk about that at a break.
Oh, okay.
And I apologize. If I misspoke, Ms. Rocha, I meant 2018, September 30th, 2018. Right? Did you assume that's what we were talking about, despite my big speaking?
I don't know, I was confused.
Not to worry. Let me ask it again, just to make sure we're clear. September 30th, 2018, 1/8, right?
Okay.
What was the car situation at that time?
We shared a vehicle once we moved in together.
Okay. If you had to go to work September 30th, 2018, you would have had to have that one vehicle available, correct?
Correct.
And if Jilson Avelar had taken that vehicle to a friend's house or wherever, and you didn't have it, you would need a ride to work.
Correct.
Okay. And then you told us about that could potentially be the reason why you were trying to find out where he was. You didn't have that car.
Possibly.
Right. And possibly the reason why your sister, like Mr. Schaefer was asking, would have had to give you a ride on September 30th of 2018 to get to work.
I mean, I guess.
Okay. Thank you, George. I have no further questions, Ron.
I guess I have a couple of quick questions for you. You don't know if you were working on September 30th, 2018 or not, do you?
No.
Now, you indicated that you were told by the defendant that he was, at a friend's house, right?
Correct.
Did he identify who that friend was?
No.
Did you ever find out at which apartment the two deceased lived in?
No.
Did you ever notice then that they had lots of people going to their apartment?
No.
We'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
And the state has no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Judge, we would like her to be available for recall if necessary.
Ms. Rocha, you said you're under subpoena, right? You got a court order, so you're still under that court order. If either side calls you back to come back to trial, you have to come back, okay? So you're on call. You can step in. State, do you have any other witnesses?
We approach, Your Honor.
Yeah. That's the last witness you're going to hear from for today. It's about 4:30. I'm going to give you some time back. Since we worked pretty late on Friday, I wanted to make sure you got a little bit of your time back. You are to remain under the same instructions, not allowed to research, not allowed to watch any of the newscasts, any of the live stream, not discuss the case until I release you from those instructions. Those are going to apply any time that is separated from being together in here, whether you're going to the back or you're going home. That instruction applies. So we are going to return tomorrow at 9:30. It is going to be colder. I don't anticipate it's going to be wet or any precipitation, but I do anticipate it's going to be colder in the morning. So please give yourself enough time to get here.